The following is brought to you in part by a grant from the Foundation for White Wellbeing.
We're going to spread this out to the millions of our people. They'll look back on these days where we see however many of us are here. They'll look back on this and they'll say, this coming decade, 2020, is going to be a decade of dichotomies. You're not going to see the work that we're doing mitigating or assuaging any of anti-whiteism or anything that the anti-whites are doing. Things are not going to be slowed down or halted or what have you when it comes to anti-whiteism. Our activities are going to grow parallel to theirs. So this is going to be a decade of stark dichotomies. There are two storms on our horizon, one of darkness, one of light, and they are both rapidly heading our direction. Now, the darkness is the anti-whiteism that is going to continue to grow. It's going to continue to get worse over the next 10 years. We are going to see more speech restrictions. We are going to see more restrictions on our right to self-defense. We are going to see our numbers dwindling in every single one of our states, in every single one of our provinces, every single one of our counties and countries. We're going to see the anti-whites taking increasing, not just the anti-white elites that know exactly what they're doing and are smart enough to manage this in a way that will easily bring us to our destruction. No, the fanatical anti-whites, the really religious, fanatical fundamentalists that are seeking with all of their being to avenge themselves in their minds. What does the anti-white want? Most of all, what is the anti-white working toward? Most of all, that is to inflict harm on you. For that sense of victimization, that inferiority that is inspired in them, that sense of being less than, that sense of being inferior, that is inspired in them by us merely being present. That is what the anti-white wants to avenge themselves for. They want to harm us, and they will continue to harm us. They will get into the halls of governance, and they will not have opposition. These parties that otherwise were anti-white, but just not as anti-white, that held the hands a little bit. Maybe they were implicitly white concern, but they are no longer there in strong enough or large enough numbers in a democracy to hold anything back. That will continue to march forward over the next decade, and we will see victimization ramp up from year to year to year by the anti-whites. But at the same time, that storm of light is also approaching. We will continue to grow. Our message, this curative contagion, will continue to reach around the globe, and we will grow in parallel as the anti-whites grow. We will grow as they grow, not diminish. They will not be drawn down by our activities. There will not be a pulling back of the things that they do. There will not be these brand repeals that people who work in the political spheres think they're going to be able to achieve some way. Do not look for our successes in how much we mitigate the anti-white scourge. Do not look for them to be stifled. Do not look for their voices to be quelled. Do not look for their power to be reduced over the next 10 years, because you will not find victory in that. Victory is going to be found in our voice. Victory is going to be found in the songs that we then sing as we grow stronger by the year. Victory will be in those dazzling eyes of our youngest children that are born into these homes now, inured, hardened against the anti-whiteism that grows in that darkness around our homes. That is where our victories are to be found, ladies and gentlemen. Don't allow yourself to sink into the depravity, into the black pill, into the misery state that so many of our people allow themselves to sink simply because the anti-white power isn't being drawn down. It won't be. This is a runaway train, and you're going to see it crash. All that matters now is that we build our strength, that we come together, that we build this art that we have, that we spread this curative contagion, the dialectics, the lexicon, to as many of our people as we can. And each year that soil will become richer. Each year more people are going to rescind their allegiance from these wayward and misbegotten authorities. Each year more will come to us, and it will be like that hockey stick graph. They will grow, and we will grow right beside them. Don't look for the victory in the drawing down of the anti-whites. Look for the victory in the songs and our voices who rise up in contest with their discordant noise, with their cackles and their cries for bloodshed. Only when the harmony of our voices comes together in a grand symphony of music will we then be able to contend with the hell that they have brought from the depths of this earth, from the mires and the sewers of the world. Only then will the light triumph over the darkness. There will be no repeal of their evil. There will be a victory, and it will be ours. That is what the next decade has to offer for us, and you can be a player. God has spoken to you. In one way or another, you have been touched by nature, by chance, by the gods, by the God. You have been chosen now to hear those silver trumpets for service to white well-being. Your life is important. your deeds, your thoughts, your actions. These 10 years are going to decide whether Western kind survives or dies. What role are you going to play? Are you going to rise to answer that divine entity that has called down to you? Are you going to bend your knee to that biospirit and say, what more blood-covered and spattered metaphorically in the hardship of this struggle? What more I will gladly serve you? Are you going to stand shoulder to shoulder with the greats who stand now and those whose ghosts stand with us still? Whose names will be said in those days when these historians of our race, and they say 2020 was when it began. Will it be yours? Will it be yours? Will you be remembered? Will you be remembered? You have a choice. You have a choice. You were given the message. You were given the message. You have been touched. You have been. Your life is important. Your life is important. Are you going to do your duty? Are you going to do your duty? I will look for you on those front lines, every one of you. I know I'll see you there. They'll look back on this and they'll say, can you believe that all of those heroes lived at the same time? People will say that. Can you believe all those heroes lived at the same time? And they were in those same live chats all at the same time. What an amazing time that must have been.
Untested they fall, dancing on strings to the anti-white call. Ignorance cloaked as a beacon of grace, while children are taught to loathe their own race. Arrogant hordes rotten to the core, you push our children to bleed even more. Selfish, weak, and fall in your ways. The West burns while you bask in the blaze. Chase feelings to follow the lie, blind to the truth as our culture dies. Pretending you're pure, pretending you care, as you shelter your minds from the guilt you can't bear. Arrogant whores rotten to the core, you push our children to bleed even more. Selfish, weak and vile in your ways, the West burns while you bask in the blaze. Come to chase feelings, to follow the lie, blind to the truth as our culture dies. Pretending you're pure, pretending you care, as you shelter your minds from the guilt you can't bear. That you go when the echoes of history demand so much more. Will you stand there in silence, still clinging to lies, or crumble in terror as your narrative dies? Your people for a fleeting applause, but your downfall awaits written in the laws. Anti-white women, your legacy shame. You scorch your own future in your poisonous flame.
When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home.
Hell yeah, we will. And Trump will be serving fries. Feature stories today. Shocking. Weather as weapon against us. Trump must weaponize the government, and they are stealing the election. Go free lesson of the day. Continuing your journey going free, friendships, and accelerating your gains. Your comments and questions, and then there's this. I woke up in the middle of the night the other night, and I was thirsty, so I headed down to the kitchen to get myself a drink of water. When I noticed something was going on in my neighbor's backyard, so I turned off the light to have a better look at what was happening. And then I saw it. It was a border crosser who was sneaking through his backyard in the middle of the night. It was dark. All of a sudden, my neighbor burst out of the shadows with a shovel, and he hit the border crosser over the back of the head, killing him instantly. He then dug a shallow grave, pushed the border crosser in the grave, and began burying the body. I then heard my girlfriend's voice behind me in the dark kitchen. She said, "I heard you gasp a moment ago. What's going on? Oh my God, you're trembling." And I said, "You're not going to believe this, but that bastard next door stole my shovel." We are going free, ladies and gentlemen. It is a glorious day to come together for church-wide well-being. It's great to see every single one of you. It is 5 p.m. in the once great state of Virginia, 7 in Sydney, 10 in London, midnight in Moscow, and we are across from Mordor on the Potomac. What time is it where you are? Well, we are going free. Where are you going free? The time, that is the time. And it's got to tell you what, when you steal against a guy's shovel, you really have crossed the line. That's really what matters. That's really what matters, ladies and gentlemen. Stole my shovel. It's great to see you all. What a wonderful day to get together. A going free gathering, and that's what Sundays are all about. This is the church after church, the church that matters, the church of white well-being. It's wonderful to see everyone here. Stay away from my damn shovel. You could do other things with my shovel, but stay away from my shovel. What a day. As I'm getting ready, you know, I'm always in a hurry, and I'm coming up to a light. You're going to love this. I'm coming up to a light. The folks this way, they've got a red, and right sitting in the very front, the right lane, the one I got to turn into, is well, I don't have to turn into it, but it's when you take your right, it's the closest one, is a guy sitting on a Harley Sportster S. And if you know anything about motorcycles, this is a fast motorcycle. And he looks at me. I see him. Even though he's got a black visor, he looks and we lock eyes. And I see him and he sees me, and we know what's immediately on. Bing, he gets the green light. I'm rolling and I stomp on it. I fly out sideways into the left rather than the right lane. He floors it. Front wheel comes off the ground a little bit on that thing, right lane. And the race is on, ladies and gentlemen. The race is on, and we're flying down the road. He's just, and he's I can't believe it, because, you're sitting up in this motorcycle. You could look it up, the Sportster S. He's like, what? And that thing is lightning 0 to 60. But I tell you what, I already had some momentum, and I know what I'm doing. And I was on it, ladies. It wasn't like a crotch ride. It wasn't a crotch rocket. He's not laying down motorcycle, which would have been, I would have had even a little bit more of a lead I needed. I had about 2 cars of a lead, and I maintained the lead, ladies. Just rah! And the wheels and the smoke and the smell of the rubber. And finally we get beyond a quarter of a mile, and I let off, and he goes by me. I don't know, up to about 100 plus 110 miles an hour or something like that, flying. And I give him one of these, yeah, as he goes on by, and he just nods and he just keeps going. What fun it is to be with you all. Odyssey is not up today. Something I think is wrong with him, not with me. Let me know if there's something wrong with Odyssey. You've been over there. It's not working today. The signal is heading to Odyssey, but it says having a problem connecting. And I reconnected several times, still not working. So we are here. It is glorious after a wonderful drag race win and against the Sportster. As look at, I'm throwing my glasses on the ground. That's how fired up we are here in the once great state of Virginia, across from Mordor on the Potomac. It's been a glorious week. Victories galore, and it's so awesome. We are going to cover some important news here in just a moment. The first thing I got to say is that if you would like to financially gift over the course of the gathering, you can't do so at Odyssey, either in their cryptocurrency or cash dollar, or maybe you can actually financially gift over there. You just can't see the stream. You can financially gift there. You can't see the stream. I'll keep an eye on it. You all can fill me in if there's a problem with Odyssey. DLive is up and running. And you can cryptocurrency there. You can watch there. Of course, Premium Rumble up and running, and you can watch me there. And I think you can. Is it working? Is it working? Oh, yes, you can. You can watch me. And you can financially gift there as well. Of course, on X, on Twitter, up and running. The live chat is up and running. I can see you, as well as under the thread. You can financially gift on Cash App and on Subscribestar. I will be monitoring those. You can head on over to knowwhyguilt.org, click on the financial gift tab, and you will see 5 cryptocurrency wallets, a snail mail address at which you can reach me, and you will see the Foundation for White Wellbeing if you would like to make a donation. And tag me, No White Guilt, Jason Kuna, the Foundation for whitewellbeingoutreachteam.org.com. You can go there directly as well and tag me with your donation so the funds will reach yours truly. It is glorious. It is wonderful. But I want to see across all of the platforms tagging me as No White Guilt so that I can see what you have to say. I can see your questions. We can talk about it. That is what the Church of White Wellbeing is all about. It is about Boss Bear Sexy. That is your pastor, your priest, your pope and emperor, Boss Bear Sexy, in the pulpit, ladies and gentlemen. Were you singing? Were you singing the song as we were getting ready here? And what a glorious video that was for White Wellbeing. We'll be celebrating him in just a little bit. But the very first thing I want to do and have a little bit of fun here is take a look at this.
I used to think the Democrats were crazy for saying that men have periods, but then I met Tim Walz.
This is, if you missed it, this is the Al Smith charity dinner event, and Trump was there. Kamala didn't show up. He rocked the room with some hilarious jokes the entire time. It was fantastic. Just a few more here from the great Donald Trump.
Well, I'd better wrap up because Mayor Adams told me earlier that I needed to make this one very quick, especially the city has reserved this room for a large group of illegal aliens coming in from Texas. There's a group.
He said at one point, this is tough. This is a difficult thing to get in front of a room that is 50% hate me, 50% love me. Well, maybe it's 75% that love me.
Group called White Dudes for Harris. Have you seen this? White Dudes for Harris. Anybody know? Are some of you here? White Dudes for Harris doesn't sound like it. But I'm not worried about them at all because their wives and their wives' lovers are all voting for me.
There sounds like it come right out of my mouth.
A major issue in this race is childcare, and Kamala has put forward a concept of a plan. A lot of people don't like it. The only piece of advice I would have for her in the event that she wins would be not to let her husband, Doug, anywhere near the nannies. Just keep them away.
There was some murmurings there, not a lot of laughter, but then he went hard on the guy who wrote the jokes for him. He's like, that was a nasty joke, and that got big laughs Finally, number one on this individual's list of Trump jokes.
That's a nasty one. Chuck Schumer is here looking very glum. Doesn't he look glum? He looks glum. But look on the bright side, Chuck, considering how woke your party has become. If Kamala loses, you still have a chance to become the first woman president. I used the
that's Donald Trump. 1 in a million, ladies and gentlemen. 1 in a million. That was a magnificent dinner. Great jokes told all the way around. Gaffigan told a bunch of jokes. He told some anti-Trump jokes that were pretty funny. And I don't know. I think maybe deep down he's not much of a fan of Donald Trump, but I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Nonetheless, it was a great. It looks like Entropy. Oh yes, Entropy is up and running. You can financially gift there as well. Just making sure. Running late on Entropy since I was trying to fix Odyssey. Let's take a quick look at, and we're going to get right into Donald Trump needing to use the military, needing to use martial law, needing to use military tribunals, or it's over for what you have understood even as anti-white as America has become. It's over even for that. Really a precipice. We're going to see. We're going to see if he's going to go ahead and pull the trigger on weaponizing the government or not. Is he going to be a nice guy and the country is lost? So, but first, I just have to absolutely show, because this is great. Lizzo sparks uproar with promise about what America will look like if Kamala Harris wins. That's an ad for Trump. Over here on the Daily Mail. Did you all hear about this? Pop star Lizzo. They always have these totally tardish names, don't they? And then you hear about the warlords in Africa. And then, and in all seriousness, you hear about the warlords in Africa. And years ago, there was a documentary made. One of them was called Mosquito. The warlord was called Mosquito. And they said, well, the reason he chose the name Mosquito is because mosquitoes kill so many people in Africa with the different diseases. But the best part was, I mean, mosquito, yeah, it's childish, right? It's kind of like low IQ-ish, kind of like Lizzo here, kind of like low IQ-ish. And, or Charlemagne the God, whatever, kind of low IQ-ish. And his rival was called Mosquito Spray. I shit you not. Check it out, Mosquito Spray. Here's Lizzo. I mean, this is anti-whites. She's anti-white. She's at the Kamala Harris rally. Sparked an uproar when she promised that America would look like Detroit if Kamala Harris was elected to the White House. When I first saw this news, I said, oh my God, this is so fake as hell. The singer 36, who hails from the Motor City. It's not the Motor City. Used to be the Paris of the Midwest. That's when white people were projecting our biospirit, our instinct onto our environment in that part of planet Earth. And we created this glorious city, this wonderful, glorious city. And then it's been almost entirely white erased and looks a lot more like Africa. And Lizzo has decided, well, the whole country gonna be like Detroit or like the Chocolate City down there in New Orleans. It's gonna be like the Chocolate City. Wonder what would have happened if the mayor had been white and he was gonna be like, it's gonna be the Vanilla City in here. Vanilla City. They'd be lynching his ass. He'd be pulled right out of it. It'd be anti-white lynching everywhere taking place. But no, Lizzo said, it's going to be Detroit. That's what we're worried about. That's the problem. That's the problem. We definitely don't want it to look like Detroit. We definitely don't want the totality of America to be the ruins of the West, which is what you all anti-whites have made of Detroit and so many once wonderful places that white people, Western kind, make into Western civilization. We can look now. These videos are coming out. I had so many options. I just couldn't do it. It would just take too long. Maybe if I had a producer and they could roll the clips up the entire time. But I mean, you got videos from Ireland, you got videos from France, you got videos from Italy, you got videos from Germany, you got videos from Sweden, all just this week that are showing entire swaths of the country totally white erased, not even looking like any of the countries I just named, except maybe in some, like, the camera pivots a little bit this way and you can see a little bit of our architecture, a little bit of a castle left, a little bit of a turret left. I mean, it literally is the ruins of Greece and Rome, and all these white people selfishly, individualistically are just watching it happen. They're just watching it happen. And Lizzo is here. I'm gonna sing and dance for you. Somebody get a crank box for this bitch. All right. Where's the Italian with the mustache and the crank box? Somebody get a crank box for this bitch. She's going to make Detroit, our entire country, into Detroit. I don't think so. Dancing on the end of strings up here. Singer 36, hails from the Motor City, appeared alongside. You know what? If we hadn't built it into something called the Motor City, what would it be? The TP City? How about the TP Town? How about the Wigwam Village? How about the not even a 2-story tree hut village? What would it be? What would it be if we hadn't built it into Detroit? If white people hadn't built glorious, shimmering, shining Paris of the Midwest, Detroit, it wouldn't be Motor City. What would it be? It would be something very different. But you're not allowed to satirize other groups of people. You can only satirize white people. You can't satirize other groups of people because that's not anti-white enough. And the ear is against the door. So we're not going to do that. I'm telling you, whatever you do, don't do that. Because the anti-whites, there's no censorship at all. The ear is against the door. The ear is against the door. The star's real name, Melissa Jefferson. No way. Jefferson? What's that song? How's that song go? Oh, God. What's that old TV show song? Somebody tell me the first couple lyrics of it. I'll remember it. George Jefferson. Was she the daughter of George Jefferson? That same Detroit that innovated the auto industry. Detroit, the city did it. It innovated. I said, the great Cardinal is here. And Janice, they both remember. Moving on up to the east side. To a what apartment? I got. Where is it? Where are the lyrics? To a deluxe apartment in the sky. We're moving on up. We finally got a piece of the pie. The white guy had the black wife, and he was, what do you know? He was a goober, goofy loser that had to be taken care of. I tell you, that character is never used in news and entertainment and commercials. You never see it. You never see it. But you have people who will come to this community and they're like, or who we will come across and they're like, things got bad 5 years ago. Really did. Things got bad 10 years ago. Really? No, there wasn't anything anti-white on TV back in the day. I mean, I grew up watching George Jefferson about a black guy owned a laundromat. Is that what it was? And he made it big. Him and, what was the wife? Wheezy? And the white guy downstairs was a total loser. And wait a second. The white race is so dumb. So many dumb white people. Truly amazing. Detroit votes early. And numerous votes for each person. Melissa Jefferson, proud to be from the Motor City. You know They say if Kamala wins, the whole country will be like Detroit. Proud like Detroit. Resilient like Detroit. Crackheads like Detroit. Nasty prostitutes like Detroit. Are you ready, America? Are you ready? Nasty prostitutes walking across in the lingerie, pissing in the middle of the street. Are you ready, Detroit? Can I get an amen? Detroit, that innovated the auto. Her comments since have been blasted on social media after users pointed out the city has been in a state of decay and decline for decades. Really, those beautiful old Victorian mansions and Victorian styled homes, row homes that white people built. And when you go back and you look at the footage before it's white erased, who was it? Was it Ivan? Who was it? I retweeted somebody today. All this footage comes to San Francisco. Was it San Francisco? Beautiful. All white people, clean, no trash. Everything is safe. Everything, no graffiti. Nothing is marred. The water is clean, and the beautiful bathing beauties are out there, and they're like frolicking in the clean water, and everybody is smiles. There isn't shit on the beach. There aren't beer cans and garbage totally destroying the environment. None of that. And that's how Detroit was. You can look back at in fact, I did a tweet years ago with a video comparing old and new Detroit. And or maybe that was a video that I posted on YouTube, and then maybe some of it on Twitter. And it was beautiful. It was absolutely manicured lawns, white picket fences with whitewashed white picket fences like weekly. Everybody the economy was wonderful. Every family had like a car. They had a week vacation. People went to school with their firearms. It was safe. There's no looking back at, and by the way, we can see all the way back then, white erasure getting started and incrementally getting us in this concatenated system all the way to where we are today. But you know what didn't exist over all that time was some ignorant ass anti-white concept that imbecilic jacks will repeat. The great replace. There was nothing called a great replacement until the anti-whites said, you know, we got a great idea. These idiots will call it whatever we tell them to call it. So we'll just call their white erasure, we'll just call it a great replacement now. That is becoming so poignant for them all, even the dumbest of them. And then you see all these big accounts that get all the big views. They're like the great replacement. Mm-hmm. And they're so smart. All the academic peacocks are like, we must repeat this concept that the anti-whites have given us. And there I am all of these years saying, no, do not use their lexicon. Do not use their words. You legitimize their ideology. If you use their terminology, you legitimize their ideology. And then people like Jared Taylor said, no, we can't use your words, Jason, because the professor at this university and that university, they are not using those words. People will not see them as intelligent. Oh, but they will happily take the poison. Okay. Now you're using my words. And no recognition. But yeah, white erasure taking place. Detroit looks the way that it does because of white erasure. Long before there was a concept called white replacement or great replacement or any of this bullshit that people will repeat everywhere now. What idiots, what imbeciles. I have this for you, all that for you as well, because my world is beginning to look like Detroit, and you idiots are helping to facilitate that process. Keep saying their words. Look at her. There she is. Boy, she's a big girl too, isn't she? Look at it. You're not hiding any of that with that white outfit. Marshmallow woman. You're not hiding any of that with that. You know, all she's missing is a hood. That's all she's missing is a hood. And then she's in a particular type of hood. That's all she's missing. Little pointy hood. Interesting how the T above her head kind of looks like it could be a hood. Oh, the country will be like Detroit.
I'm so happy to be back
Whoa, look at the size of her. Man, she's like the side of a barn.
in Detroit. You know, all the best things were made in Detroit.
Yeah, a lot of things. A lot of things like a lot of rapists were made in Detroit, a lot of murderers, a lot of crackheads. Crackheads in Detroit. Look at the size of this one. She's like the broad side of a big one of them big UPS vans painted white.
Pony Dogs, Fago, and Lizzo.
Oh, Tony Dog and Lizzo. What the? Are you serious? This is so it's so reminiscent. There was a guy in the white sympathetic sphere many years ago, decades ago, used to talk about how society has become so dumb. They watch Star Trek and the ship is having some problems, and it's remedied by a couple of guys running by in the background, right, with some tools. They've got some tools and they go running by and they're like, okay, it's all better now. That's what these imbeciles think society is. They're like, well, Detroit, it's giving birth to Tony Dog and to Lizzo and whatever other fake ass name. No, you all are warts on an ugly ass. That's what you are. You are nothing. In fact, you are STD warts, you're HPV warts on an ugly, fat ass. That's what you are. That's not civilization. Detroit did not bring you forth. A very different biospirit brought you forth. All right?
I'm so proud to be from this city. You know, they say if Kamala wins, then the whole country will be like Detroit. Okay? Proud like Detroit.
Oh, yeah, proud like Detroit. Like Lizzo, it's going to be, this is the future. You can see it now. The future like Disney videos, Disney commercials, Disney movies. Disney's going to be paying for it all with the money that they have. And it's going to be like a giant laser light show and this cheap ass movie smoke that'll be going around, and it'll be a rap concert. That's the future of America, with a bunch of there'll be the rappers and there'll be some Lizzos, and then there're going to be a bunch of like racially ambiguous, and they're all going to be dancing some absolutely like middle dark Africa dance, and it's going to be on the ruins of Western civilization. It's going to be just crumbles, and they're going to be wondering, hey, whatever happened? And then the lights will go out, and then things will get real. And to prevent that, we're jumping on over to Donald Trump. And what do we say that Donald Trump has to do? Donald Trump has to institute martial law. He has to weaponize the government. I'm going back to what I said in 2016. What did I say before he was even elected? Long before he was elected, while he was running, what did I say? I said that if there's going to be any real change in this country, I predicted it all perfectly. He was going to have to, and I said we would know that he would be instituting martial law and weaponizing the government because he would drop the airborne on the border. That it would be something the equivalent of that, if not that specifically. I made a commercial with the meme of drop the 82nd recently, spent a bunch of money on it to push that around, and Twitter getting in the way as much as they can to prevent people from seeing that. No, they're not getting in the way at all of the anti-Jews, but get in the way of proud white people standing up for ourselves. But I said, if he doesn't do it, it'll be nothing but red tape and judges. I said all the way down to sheriffs will be standing in his way of accomplishing what he wanted to do and at least promised to white America. And that is exactly what ended up happening, isn't it? That is exactly what ended up happening. Same thing is going to happen this time. If Donald Trump doesn't get into office and weaponize the government, as the anti-whites are all talking about him, we're going to take a look at an article right now. They're all talking about, oh my God, he's going to weaponize the government. I fucking hope he does. We need him to. We absolutely need him to. Weaponize it all. We have suffered, all of us, you and you and you and you and you, everybody who's alive. We have suffered every single day of our life of watching the Republicans refuse to do what has to be done to win. And they are the ipso facto resistance to our victimization, even though the Republican Party, Republican ideology is replete, absolutely suffocating in anti-whiteism as well. They just have to make different claims because they have different constituencies, don't they? White people who are saying, what about us? And they need to be saying it specifically. What about us as the white race? What about us as the country that we create? America. All right? Western civilization. What about us? So, Republican Party ipso facto, defender against our victimization for the totality of our lives, has been dropping the ball. It's not the right thing to do. You see, there are rules here. And even when, and I worked on the Hill, even when there aren't specific laws to stop Republicans from doing things to Democrats, from doing things to Democrat voters, doing things to anti-whites, to classifying them as terrorists, not even specific laws. They still don't do it because they feel like it's unsavory. What unsavory? These people are white erasing us. We are being brutally raped, gang raped, heads caved in, butchered, maimed. Our children are being slaughtered. Our children are being taught to hate themselves, and they have, of course, for generations, but in absolutely the most inhuman, grievous ways that you can fathom. And they're like, it's unsavory to handle them roughly. Well, you're not going to be able to do this like a businessman, Mr. Trump. You're not going to be able to do this. Now, for us here, we've talked about it. What is it that we can actually do? What is it that we can do through Trump and while Trump? What we can't do through Kamala and while Kamala in the same way. So that's our support of Donald Trump. And this conversation, though, this tete-a-tete, this private conversation between you and me, it's just us, right? This private conversation, we are talking about what he can and must do as the president if he is going to make any fundamental change. If he doesn't do this, if he doesn't weaponize the government, if he doesn't jail all the Democrats, and I am not being flippant, if he doesn't jail all of the Democrats, if he doesn't execute traitors to this country, clear-cut treason. You can look at donors. You can look at millionaire and billionaire donors and the people who are operating orgs that are clearly treasonous to the country, bringing in hordes of, that's treason. You can look at lawyers who are defending these people with all of this specious claims and training the people coming into the countries and then defending and using the system to prevent them from being removed. You can look at all of it. There are layers here like animal excrement deeper than you can imagine. I hope you enjoyed that visual, my friend. It is everywhere. The country is fetid with it. You can look at Soros and how many things that he funds. Clearly, we took a look at it several years ago and the different things that he funds. And we looked specifically at the law for treason. And he, by a clear reading of the law, is a traitor to the United States. All of these people should be brought up on treason charges, absolutely destroying, remaking, re-envisioning America. That's treason. That is absolute treason. And then the penalties meted and to what degree that each deserves. Because if Trump doesn't do this over the next 4 years, if he even gets in, I mean, we're gonna breeze through a bunch of articles. It's unreal. They're being caught everywhere. Anti-whites are being, as Democrat voters, stuff is turning up everywhere. Not to mention, I mentioned Virginia being sued by the Department of Justice for taking illegal aliens off of the voter roll. Now, Virginia says these are illegal aliens that should not be on the rolls. The DOJ's position, of course, is that, no, they're not illegal. You have no right to take anybody off of your voter rolls. So the DOJ, though, is not going to litigate whether or not those people are legal or illegal in the country, whether or not it's legal or illegal for them to vote. No, because if they had to litigate that, they would lose. Instead, they're going to litigate some more red tape. So just like I was talking about the lawyers keeping the border crossers in the country, they're going to say it's against the law to make a change within 90 days of an election so that they can force Virginia to allow what Virginia says are illegal aliens to vote. And this is it. Because if Trump doesn't do this over the next 4 years, if he doesn't do this, we are over a precipice. Now, things for us in this community are going to remain largely the same. But our lives are not going, nobody's lives are going to remain largely the same. There is potentially going to be a white race that is going to be in various ways more interested in hearing what we have to say, and in other ways less interested because more fearful. You can look just across the Atlantic Ocean to an elected official's wife who just got 2 years in prison for her words because she was bad-mouthing other races of people. So this is what's coming to the United States. And it's coming fast. Let's take a look at this. Exclusive: Trump mocks Democrats for claiming he is exhausted, but will weaponize government. So there you have it. Donald Trump is coming out and he's saying, I don't know, by the way, how is it that the anti-whites, the Democrats, never figured out that you could get this guy to talk about nothing else if you just, like, every once a week slander one new aspect of his manhood? Is it his health? Is it his mind? Is it his endurance? Is it the size of his hands? Is it his hair? That's all they would need to do. They're so dumb. The Democrats are so dumb. And Trump would be so wound up in circles speaking to these things that he would never be able to talk about anything else. But here you have Trump, and here he is. He is mocking the Democrats for saying two things: that he's exhausted. How dare they say I'm exhausted when I'm Trump? I'm practically Lance Armstrong, pumped up full of drugs, in his prime. But the other thing is that he's mocking them for the claim that he will weaponize government. Let me tell you something. My conservative brothers and sisters out there, my libertarian brothers and sisters, my abstractionist brothers and sisters, because that's really what you all are. We lose when your argument is, they project. They project. That's what they do. But we are goody two-shoes. We lose. You know who else was making that argument? Your ugly mother was making that argument. Your pot-bellied father, your beautiful mother, your perfectly fit father, they were all making this same asinine. So were your grandpappy and grandmappy. They were all saying the exact same thing. We are the good guys. They are the ones who break the rules. And they're the meanies. And then they project on us. And we don't do things like that. Look at my two shoes. Goody is written all over them. No, they're covered in shit because that's what you've been walking in. You haven't been able to look at the ground that we have been trotting as a consequence of these effete reckless positions to realize you've been walking through shit for generations. And I'm not even talking about like nice shit, like horse manure. I'm not even talking about nice fecal matter, okay? I'm talking about like really rancid, disgusting, a dog with cancer and eats nothing but pizza shit, okay? That's what I'm talking about. That's what you've been walking in. Your shoes aren't pretty anymore. Former President Donald Trump mocked Democrats during an exclusive interview with Breitbart News on Sirius XM for claiming he is exhausted. But in the same breath, feigning bogus fear, he will weaponize the government. Yeah, how does that? I can just see it right now. I can just see all the big conservative content creators, Benny Johnson, so many others, taking money from Russia, won't be standing up for the white race anytime soon, because that's not in the interest of the regime in Russia. Might be in the interest of white people in Russia. Russians are white. The vast majority of them are white. Real Russians are white. And in their mind, it might be wonderful for there to be a big white ring around planet Earth, the white roses, and we recognize finally that we are a single biospiritual people with many countries and a glorious and epic that dwarfs everything in the galaxy history. And all of that dignity bequeathed to us. There are probably plenty of white people that feel that way in Russia. But the regime in Russia, no. On a geopolitical stage, it's not good for any white country to become white positive. And that's why China and Russia and Israel and Iran and who knows how many others finance everything that tears down that identity. Everything that will supplant it with some other argument, with some other concern. Every single thing. Don't ever forget that tenant media, Lauren Chin, that she and her husband were only caught because they forgot to register. How many others out there, conservative entities, how many others are taking money from Russia, from Israel, from China? How many others? And they just register because it's not illegal to do that. Don't ever forget that these people were paid $100,000 signing bonus. Internet personalities, for God's sake. This isn't Brokaw. This isn't somebody coming to everybody's home that has a television in America. $400,000 for 4 videos a month. Don't ever forget it. It's everywhere. They're never going to. You think you can make an argument about, hey, this is what's really good for America, and they're going to turn away $400,000? Of course not. It's not in the interest of any foreign government for America to become white positive. Know that. So you can know that there's never going to be any foreign money coming here. It's all going to have to be individuals who are almost assuredly, in almost every single case, going to have to be American as well. But it's not going to be coming from any foreign governments. The last thing they want is a proud, strong, self-identified, white positive white race running America. Last thing they want. So here you can see the conservatives. I had to jump in. The conservative content creators as we hit the top of the hour here. Epic so far. I am always epic. I am always epic, ladies and gentlemen. Here you have the conservative content creators. And what are they going to talk about? Well, they're going to talk about the projection thing I just told you. We're the goody two-shoes. And they're also going to talk about how the Democrats or the lefties or the wokies, they really like calling them that now, because all of these people are asleep. They're in comas. Maybe that's the difference really between your basic bitch conservative, is that they're brain dead. And so that's why they can't help but just heed everything the anti-whites tell them to do and say. But they're going to say here, oh, well, the wokies are dumb because how can it make sense that the Trump is tired, but then he's going to weaponize the government? How could it make sense? Make it make sense. I hate that statement. I will break this over your head, metaphorically, but maybe not metaphorically. If you say that to me, make it make sense. It makes perfect sense. You vegetable garden. It makes absolutely perfect sense. Trump's quip came in response to a question from Breitbart News, Washington Bureau Chief Matthew Boyle on his ass about the weaponization of a government against him. Quote, first they say, you're exhausted. Then they, oh my God, I haven't read this. Then they say, I'm going to weaponize the government. Trump himself saying exactly what I said. I guess I can't be too exhausted, can I? Oh, you got him there. You got him, Gipper. You got him. Trump jested before saying Democrats have set a terrible precedent with lawfare. I hope nobody forgets the crowd chanting, millions and millions of people, lock her up, and nothing happened to Hillary Clinton. Trump did nothing. Nobody could be more guilty. Nobody could have more investigations. And I'm talking about the regular DOJ, not even military tribunals. Did nothing. President Trump, if you can hear my voice, martial law. You won't be able to turn anything back that they won't be able to stymie and reverse. Just like when Biden and Kamala got in. They reversed all of your executive orders. And now they just lie. Now she just lies. Now she just says, well, it's your fault that you didn't let this bill move forward, which was really an amnesty bill. But they just called it a bill on immigration. And they know that the vast majority of the vegetable voter garden is not going to be able to know the difference. So Trump just got in the way of a bill that would have fixed the immigration, when really what happened was that there was a presidential decree in place. And then day one, Biden got rid of it. That's what they'll do again. That's exactly what they'll do again. And best case scenario, after Trump is broken wrist Vance, anti-white, hating the white race, Vance. That'll be if you're really lucky. So just so you understand, they've set a very bad precedent with what they've done. Third world country, banana republics have done it. He said, there you go. So you are bad-mouthing their behavior. It's just like the anti-Jews who bad-mouth the behavior of a certain percentage of Jewish people who come together to defend Jewish people. If you badmouth the behavior, you can't imitate it. You can't emulate it. And that's what we need to do in both cases. He said, but what they have done with me, with I call it the Department of Injustice. Did you really say that? No. No. Don't say you just got like all Charlie Kirkish on us. That is Claudine Gay. It's Claudine Gay of you. You call it the Department of Injustice? I guess he's playing to his crowd. If he were talking with me, he would be like laser focused, highest of his IQ capabilities. When he's talking to these people, the Israel firsters, he has to break it down for the vegetables and say, I call it the Department of Injustice. And then I'm surprised he didn't throw skibbity in at the end of it, because that would have been appropriate too. I call it the Department of Injustice. Skibbity! And then they would all be like, and the FBI and the raids on Mar-a-Lago, it's unprecedented. Yeah, it's unprecedented. We need to be unprecedented. We need it. In 23 months after Trump announced he would run for president November 22, states and federal agencies brought 4 separate cases against him in the course of 5 months. The first was the Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg, 34-count indictment, and it was all illegal. Legal experts I have read across the board, and it was all illegal what Bragg did. That you can't do it. It cannot be done, and yet he did it. He sewed everything together to make a case unethically. And as I said, the legal professors saying it's illegal. Even if it's not in the law, it is presumed illegal. We need to do that. We need to do that. But here's the thing, and this is what's the difference in this community and every other, is that we understand that such behavior is not going to come out of prosecutors across the country like it does for the Democrats. Prosecutors who are maybe Republican voters or they are lean right or whatever it is, because the moral tapestry of the country, of the West, is anti-white. That's why anti-whites have the freedom and they feel free to go ahead and break law, break custom, break norm, to do whatever they want, because they have morality on their side, the social morality on their side. How am I not recognized for this absolute genius? Anand, D. Shari. I mean, how am I not recognized for this? All of these losers in the white sympathetic sphere. Recognize, motherfucker. Recognize, I figured this shit out. You didn't. Be an early adopter. "34-count indictment alleging Trump falsified business records in April 2023, followed by 2 federal cases brought by special counsel Jack Smith. The presidential documents case in June 23 and the case over the Trump campaign 2020 election challenge in July of 23. Fulton County then, Fannie Willis, Fannie Bang Them Willies, Willis, Democrat, then indicted Trump in August, because that's what she was doing. She was banging the judge. I mean, come on. What is more, former Trump advisor Peter Navarro served a prison sentence on a contempt of Congress charge, and the White House chief strategist Steve Bannon, the former executive chairman of Breitbart News, is currently serving a sentence for one. Trump said the imprisonment of former White House officials like Navarro and Bannon was once inconceivable in America. So let that be a mile marker of where we are. You're not going to shame Democrats, anti-whites. You're not going to shame them back into white behavior. They've white erased those norms. They consider those norms immoral. In fact, we're going to take a look at an item a little bit later, very briefly, about some very basic norms of the white race that are now being prosecuted by the Department of Justice. Very, very basic norms. So you're not going to be able to shame them when they don't hold your same moral metric. Trump, Breitbart, Bannon, the rest, Navarro. You're not going to be able to shame them because they think your moral metric isn't anti-white enough. And it isn't. It's not white positive enough either, to be perfectly honest. So you're not going to be able to say, well, that was unthinkable, and now they've done it. So we need to get back to, I'll get into office, and then I won't do it, and I will set the tone. They will feel shame because of, no, they're not. You know what else is unthinkable? Executing supporters of a president because of their ardent support, if they're jailing them now, if when you get out of office or they throw you out of office, if you're able to get into office, if they don't steal the election, are they then going to conclude that the most ardent supporters online and in public are supporters of terrorism because they supported you, and then execute us for being traitors to America? And then what are you going to say from your cell before they execute you? It's unthinkable that they would do this. We are in the jungle, ladies and gentlemen. We are in this notion that there is this stability, and this inertia of stability is an illusion. It's illusory. We are in the jungle. This is as much a dire and turbulent time as the most dire and turbulent times in America's history. George Washington, the rebel general, not some old guy with a puffy white wig and he was so genteel. No, this guy broke the norms of war to sneak across a frozen river, which killed a bunch of his own men, froze their limbs off, and the horses and animals and all, to attack the enemy at night or dawn. That's totally breaking the norm. So you had this norm of warfare where you had to stand up and shoot against each other. And the main founding father was like, that, we're going to kill these motherfuckers at night. That's the real George Washington. Then when he gets all prettied up and everything, and then he goes before and he's like, I can't be your king and all of that. That's when he's in a good mood. That's when he's in the drawing room, okay? That's when he's in the cigar room, okay? When it came down to where the rubber meets the road, I guess where the hoof met the road at the time, where the wagon wheel and the cannon wheel met the road, he killed our adversaries at night. He risked the lives of thousands and thousands in this starving army to cross this river in the middle of the night, frozen in the middle of winter. That is the real founding father. Then you can look to Andrew Jackson, and Donald Trump mentioned him as one of the greatest, who had one of the toughest times in American history as a president. How did he handle it? He destroyed the bankers. Trump. Jackson, how did he handle the opposition? He destroyed the bankers. And he gave us freedom for 80-some years from their tyranny. This man had 100 duels. How many duels did this guy have? This is as dire and turbulent a time in our history as ever. So this feeling that comes about from the white man creating all of these systems in the world. So all of these push button systems so that you can bring people from shitholes, bring them into the country or have them already here and have them say, well, I can do that job. It's just pressing a button. No shit. No thanks to the white man for creating the push button society. But you have this notion of stability. This notion, this feeling of stability that is completely illusory and is about to mask off. And if you don't mask off first, Donald Trump, things are going to get very bad very fast. They're going to get very different from the America, even as anti-white as it's become, than we have come to know. They will have the votes, and the idea that to do whatever they want, and the idea that the Republicans will cease to exist, The Republicans will remain. They will just begin speaking to a different electorate. There'll then be a competition for the non-white people in the country and their needs and what they want, and it's all anti-white. So they'll still exist. The J.D. Vances, he'll be happily speaking to the burgeoning, very bright Indian population in America. And he'll be talking to he'll be saying, well, just look at my Indian wife right here and all my Indian offspring. I don't want the white race in that circumstance. I don't want to find us there. Trump needs to weaponize the government. He needs to declare martial law. And the first group of people that Trump has to deal with is the brass in the military. There are going to be plenty of bird colonels and et cetera down the line that you can elevate to the rank of general. And then you might have to turn them over as well pretty rapidly. If somebody like Saddam Hussein can do that in Iraq, Donald Trump can do that in America. You're going to have to get rid of the hierarchy of the military because they're garbage. They've been installed after generations of anti-whiteism. They're all anti-white. You've got to get rid of them. Then you look to the next layer down. How many of them are legitimate? Elevate them. Churn them if you have to. I mean, if you have to, you bring in people from even lower down. I'm sure there are some sergeants and some master chiefs that are ready to take on the ranks of general and admiral, and let's roll, baby. Let's roll. You take care of the military first. Then you begin taking care of the traitors in Congress. And it's clear treason. It is clear as it can. It is absolutely pellucidly clear that you have treason. You've had treason for years. People would say long before this happened, when the idea came up, oh, but they'd never do that. You'd never do that, meaning jail the advisors to a former president. You don't do that to an ex-president, and you don't use lawfare on an ex-president. He added, but they are bad people. Let me tell you, they are bad people. They're sick. Trump, let me tell you this. Throughout the history of mankind, throughout the history of Western kind, there have been tests between good and evil. And evil will always do the worst that is imaginable. And the only reason the good ever win and create these blinks of the human eye of periods in history that are safe and prosperous is because the good are willing to do everything that the evil do in order to beat them. You better hear those words if there are any that you ever hear. If you care for America, if you care for its people at all, you better hear those words, and they better sit with you more powerfully than any others. Why do we need to? What's the evidence? Why do we need Trump to weaponize government, have military tribunals, use martial law? Let's just look at rapid fire here, a couple pieces of things going on right now. I told you about Virginia a moment ago. How about Arizona? Supreme Court rules that 100,000 people whose citizenship is unconfirmed, which means they're not citizens. I mean, in my opinion, unconfirmed, can vote. Arizona, swing state, 100,000 citizens that are unconfirmed. That's a neat way for anti-whites to categorize them, isn't it? 100,000. Well, we just read about Nebraska. Was it Nebraska last week? And they did the exact same thing. How about this? Going on right now. This is the theft of the election. Going on everywhere across the country.
Coming in, do we still have flights bringing in Venezuelans?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes, absolutely. Do we still have flights bringing in Venezuelans? Yes, absolutely.
Under the categorical parole program, they call it the CHNV program under the Biden-Harris administration. Individuals are flown in from Venezuela, Haiti, Cuba, and Nicaragua, up to 30,000 every single month. And to date, you've had over 7.
Every single month. Tens of thousands every single month. How about this one? Still in the election, right before your eyes. Oregon voter pamphlets do not include Donald Trump. He is also not listed on the Oregon state government website under presidential candidates. Going on right now. And everything I'm sharing with you, go check out for yourself. Make sure this information is accurate. I'm not in all of these places. I can't say any of these things apodictically. Oregon voter pamphlets don't include Donald Trump. He's not listed on the Oregon state government's website under presidential candidates. How about this? Information from Patrick Byrne. Says, most shocking video I have seen about election fraud in the last 4 years. Waukesha County, Wisconsin. Corrupt ballot printer to have ballots printed. As is Delaware as well Delaware and Lancaster counties, PA, and DuPage County in Illinois. Michigan Election Resources in Kalamazoo, Michigan has ballot printing contracts for several counties across the U.S. What they have been doing is overage printing, i.e., the county orders 300 ballots, yet Murr prints 325,000, selling the extra 25,000 to the Democrats. Check that out to see if that's accurate. This information is coming in from all over. I just watched a video of a poll watcher approach an anti-white looking woman in the basement of a building. And he goes up and he says, got his camera rolling, and he says, what's going on? You've got a bunch of ballots here. Why aren't you upstairs counting them with everybody else? And she said, are you filming me? And he said, yeah, I'm a poll watcher. Here's my badge. And then she said, well, the guy in charge told me to come down here. And the poll watcher says, oh, really? What's his name? Oh, I don't know what his name is. And then some other anti-white looking woman from across the basement says, who are you? Why are you questioning her? He says, I'm a poll watcher. And who's the guy that told her to be down here? And that woman, I don't know what his name is. Happening right now. Go check it out for yourself. How about this? As to add to my argument about why we need Trump, if he's able to get into office, to institute martial law and to use the government as a weapon against traitors. I mean, you can give the opportunity to a lot of different Democrat politicians. Everybody can see what treason is. Remaking the country to be something different with a different population, clearly treason. Giving away trillions of dollars while our people in this country are suffering, are drowning, or etc. Giving new cell phones, EBT cards, housing these border crossers in 5-star hotels, while we can look on videos of white Americans in North Carolina, in Tennessee, and elsewhere living in fucking tents with no cell phones, no EBT cards, no 5-star hotels, none of that. we can conclude that the people who are for those things are traitors. That's simple. How about this? And I mentioned this last week. Ron Paul warns that the U.S. military was just authorized to kill Americans on U.S. soil. It wasn't a joke when I told you all last week. I think it's very, very dangerous. Daniel McAdams says it's not a law, it's a DOD directive. So this is the administrative state where they take over, they don't pass laws. So here you have a typical libertarian abstractionist argument. Let's just talk about how wrong it is for there to be an administrative state rather than legislators that pass laws. The administrative state just says it will be what it will be. That's an abstraction. We have a people here that are being white erased, that are being victimized on the basis of our birth. That's going to motivate people to say enough is enough. This abstractionist argument, do you know how many welders and lawyers and mailmen have the time to dig into is it administrative? Is it legislative? Did the legislature give the administration the authority to do that? Was that legal? Was that illegal? Based on what precedents and what? Are you kidding me? Tell these people that they are fucking dying and being raped on the basis of their birth. The reality of it. When the military, and isn't this odd? We're coming up to this election and they suddenly do this. They suddenly decide that this directive that's been in place and being renewed that allows, which is very weird in the first place, that allows the U.S. military to assist law enforcement, which of course is going to be all of it. So think of any law enforcement in surveillance and everything else. So the military can look right down in your house. The military can look through the walls of your house. It can look down in your basement. It's got every piece of equipment you could ever imagine. So for all of those guys out there and a few females who think you're going to take all that on, open your eye, get your head out of your ass. All right. Visit your proctologist. They're just going to pop it right out. So kind of weird that the military is already able to render that assistance. But you're going to march up for a peaceful event at the Capitol, retire with a bunch of violent language, and then retire to Olive Garden in Virginia. And you're going to take this on? Well, now they added to that language. Yeah, you can just kill them too. Yeah, you could just kill them. So go ahead and think about the Black Hawk, the Apache flying over. Go ahead and think about the armored personnel carrier pulling up. Go ahead and think about all of that business. It's a DOD directive that was reissued on the 27th. It governs the Department of Defense's intelligence activities and now includes provisions authorizing lethal. So there was the intelligence activities, provisions authorizing lethal force against the American population. So what about all of these arguments about show of force? I've been arguing against this for decades. For decades. We should make it a drinking game. How often I have to remind the world that I have been saying for decades. A show of force is just a show of farce. You aren't intimidating the American state. You aren't even intimidating the local Girl Scout troop. All of your marching, all of your showing up in that way, where you want to show a bunch of guys, and you're going to go out there and you're going to make threats or whatever. You're going to say nasty things or you don't say nasty things, but you're going to go out there and you're going to be like, enough is enough, just a bunch of guys. They can kill you now. The Army, the Marines, the Air Force, they can kill you. And what are you going to do? You're going to slander me for speaking the truth? I've been right all along. shit-brained suckers. I have been right all along. And you're going to slander me for being right. And then when it happens, just like when these people get arrested, and I say, no, don't do that. You're going to get arrested. Don't focus on non-white people. Focus on us. You're going to get arrested. They get arrested. I'm like, look, they get arrested. And then everybody says, look at Jason. He's mocking the guy that got arrested. He's whatever. I'm the guy keeping people out of prison. I'm the guy keeping families together. You fucking losers. Well, now when the military comes in and kills you, I'll say, I told you not to go out there, and then I'll get slandered for that. How about you just do the right thing? You recognize that you're not as smart as me. You're not as intelligent as me. Intelligence is success. You're not as intelligent. Shut up and fall in line. Shut up and do what we say. That's what you need to learn. That's what the white race needs to learn. Shut your mouth. We don't want your opinion. We have what works. Shut your mouth and do what works. I have to live here too. I have to live and I have to watch. And I know you don't care about all the white children that are suffering, but I can't not care. I can't not. So I know that you're just selfishly, individualistically thinking, well, I'll just flee with my family. By God, we'll just all jump in the Studebaker and we'll just drive to a better part of town because we got the money saved up. I can't stop thinking about the white kids left behind. I can't stop thinking about the white kids in Paris, in Berlin, in London, in Detroit. Fucking swine. How about this? Marjorie Taylor Greene. I don't know if this is true or not. Check it out for yourself. She just reported, she's claiming that it's being reported that voting machines in Georgia have been observed flipping votes from Trump to the Democrats. Kamala. Is that true? I mean, we got a lot of claims coming through. We got a lot of news. It's sort of jibes, doesn't it? How about this? Ohio village struggling as massive illegals cause financial losses. Safety, really? No way. No, you mean this isn't Charles Martel right here in the photo? This isn't a direct descendant of Charles Martel? Well, I think he probably is a little bit darker. But I can't imagine how that would happen. A huge group of illegal immigrants, so in other words, anti-white terroristic border crossers, is causing all kinds of issues for a small village outside of Cincinnati, Ohio. We just move to those white areas. Just white flight to the white areas. Give the finger to the rest of the white population because you don't have a people and you're just a selfish individualist prick. And then you'll move to that all-white town in Ohio and oopsie. During a recent interview, Laughlin Village Administrator Doug Weimeyer explained to Fox News the progression of the situation in his area. The outlet reported Saturday, noting that Laughlin has about 3,500 residents. If you look, and I just saw a video, a number of videos have come out of Springfield, and the locals are saying these people come in and they're showing the receipts from these people when they buy food. And it shows on the receipt the money left on the card that is our money that the government is stealing from us and just giving to these other people. Just give, folks, it's over. He's got to declare martial law. Okay? And it's tens of thousands. The woman working at the grocery store, she's like, I've taken these. And check it out for yourself. Don't believe me. Maybe I'm wrong. Ask CNN. Ask MSNBC. Ask Google. Open the search engine. The official, Meta search engine. Make sure you get it from them. But she's looking and it's like, oh, it's got like $19,000 more on it. $22,000 more on it. And the woman's like, she works for a living at a register. How much money is she making in the little destitute town? Impecunious. She said where do they get cars from? Where do they get all the new clothing from? Where do they get all the money for food from? So here you have, this is Ohio now. If you look at the 2021-22, the United States has seen a huge influx of anti-white terrorist intruders. Let's see, a good number have landed in Laughlin. Voiced a concern about 2 apartment complexes where the units should house 4 individuals, but officials have said they have found up to 12 individuals. How dare you? 12 individuals living inside these single units. How dare you apply your white standards, your white norms? You built that structure so that it could only hold white families, and that if there were more, you would overflow the septic, you would overflow the city sewer, you did that on purpose to keep non-white people out. So how dare you? They have a better way of living. It's different than white people's. Get used to it, white man. Make the world comfortable for them. Do you understand, white man? And white women, you know how you can make it more comfortable for these non-whites, don't you? But you're thinking you've heard all of the cities out there. How about this one? We're under siege. Quote, we are under siege. Burlington, Vermont residents complain of open drug use, homeless encampments. How dare you get in the way with your white norms, your white expectations for behavior, and object to people using whatever drugs. It's don't you remember from all the drug addicts, all the arguments that the anti-whites gave the drug addicts that, hey, it's a crime that doesn't hurt anybody but the person committing it. Really? All the way back to when I was in high school, I was hearing this meme pathogen. Victimless crime. You erase our mores, and that is victimizing all of us. Victimless crime. Yourself to hell. Residents of Vermont City, and this is where everyone with any sense said it would go. Okay, maybe we kill drug users. Maybe that's what we have to do. That'd be a quick way to remedy the problem. Oh, you're a drug user? No. You don't have to worry about 5 years in jail or 10 years in prison for being a user, because we're just going to cut your head off. There was a great man called Guillotine in France. We'll remedy the drug problem real quick. Maybe that's what people will have to do. Because you see, I just saw a video. I mean, you talk about this, it's everywhere if your eyes are open. I just saw a video of 2 guys, and they were camping together in their RV, and they came back after a little hike to find some drug addict had decided, out in the middle of the woods, some drug addict had decided to just take up residence in their RV. Burlington, the small state's most populous city with just over 45,500 people, another one of those small towns you're going to white flight to, experiences a crime rate of 60 per 1,000 residents. Far more than the state and the national average law enforcement data shows. Could you imagine that? Just a few weeks ago, a newly elected Burlington school board member resigned after police seized about 86 grams of heroin and fentanyl from him during a September 16 traffic stop. Are we going to go ahead and just ignore that this person is on the school board because the people are voting anti-white or appointing anti-white, or have to diversify the school board, which is anti-white, white erasure? Are we just going to ignore that? This is why we have to be the church of white well-being. This is why we have to become the leader of all spirituality and Christianity in the West. This is why we have to be what the totality of the white race looks toward, for spiritual religio guidance. If we don't look through the lens of the Maker's creation, ourselves, you can ever see him. In August, the pastor of the city's 150-year-old First Baptist Church alerted local media to open drug dealing and homeless encampments surrounding the sanctuary. We are definitely under siege, the pastor says, explaining that the church wants to help people struggling with drug addiction, but is met with disrespect and criminal behavior. Why is that? Why is that? I'm going to keep moving here. And we're going to be getting to, look at everything the anti-whites are doing, ladies and gentlemen. Do you really think they won't use the weather against us? If the weather can be weaponized, do you really think they won't use it against us? Do you really think there is a hope of shooting at the anti-whites under all just of this, but on top of that, if they can manipulate the weather? Why is it that the church, the poor pastor, probably because of what Christianity has become, effete as can be, I'm betting, the poor pastor just wants to help people that are ruining their lives and hurting those who care about them. But the drug addicts are just disrespectful. There's no pushback. Why is there's no like surrender? No. Why? Because the norm of the white Western world that says the social norm, the social mores, the social morality that says you're not supposed to be a drug addict. It is immoral to be a drug addict. It is wrong to be a drug addict. That has been white erased. So when the drug addict went to the church before that norm had been white erased, and the pastor said, we want to help you get off drugs, his words and his mercy carried with it the force of society. And that caused the drug addict to quake in fear and respect. But now, when he says, we want to help you get off these drugs, we want to make your life better, he says, you. Because there is no warranted respect without societal condemnation. You're welcome, world. He says, you, pastor, I just want the food. I just want a night with your wife. I just want a night with your daughter. I just want your bed. It's not immoral for me to use what I want that makes me happy. Victimless crime. Where is the accountability? Asked the pastor. I wonder. We are being asked to set up cameras, put up fences, all of these things. Where do we say, okay, it's time to step up to the plate and help yourself? It's very difficult to be showing compassion when we don't receive the compassion in return. Ladies, I want the white ladies to really hear that right there from the good pastor. It's very hard to show. It's very easy for you to feel, to emote for everyone else. It's very easy. I mean, we got women of the West here in service to white well-being who are going free. But so many of our women have succumbed to a compassion for the other with a big O. So much that they're just feeling, no thinking, just emoting, so much feeling. They're going to arrive at your door, and your father told you this, your grandfather, your husband, your sons told you this, your male cousins, they told you this. They're going to end up at your door, and they're not going to have compassion for you, dumb bitch. And that's what you are at that point. Because there's nothing that can be done then. Here's the good pastor. Hard to show compassion when there's no compassion for you. So it's very easy when you're a female and you're voting compassion with other people's dollars. You're voting compassion with other people's bodies being raped, being maimed, being murdered at the hands of these anti-white monsters. It's very easy to show compassion then. It won't be so easy to show compassion when it's your body folded up on the ground being gang raped. When it's your daughter. And if you say, boy, that language is tough, Jay. That visual is tough. That visual is really hard. Then you weren't made to be in charge. Learn to recognize that about yourself, especially the females out there that say, wow, that's really ugly. And yes, you're not meant to be in charge. You're not meant to have to hear and visualize and think shit like that. So shut up and get out of this realm of our people's well-being. Support those who are doing the right thing. God's sake. How many years? And this is the point where we have, how many towns do we have to see? How many cities do we have to see where the residents are saying we are under siege? You know what happens when everybody picks up the radio and says, we're under siege, we need help? There's no one to come to help. And how about this? I alluded to this a little earlier. Everything, every white standard, every white moray, every white norm's got to go. Every single one. You think I'm lying? DOJ tells 4 police and fire departments that it's racist to expect employees to know basic mathematics. Remember, we had Dr. Carol Swain on, who delightfully picked up the concept that I've been pushing for decades, anti-whiteism, which is the discrimination, persecution, etc. of the white race on the basis of our birth, the white erasure of our norms that we project into the world. And she pointed out the danger of this argument because everything in America is white-based, white-created. And therefore, if all of it can be torn down and must be torn down, and it's moral to tear it down, because of that, everything is lost. And she was speaking directly to showing up to work or class on time. That's one of our norms. Well, here you have the Department of Justice suing 4 fire departments, or potentially preparing to sue if they don't comply, and police departments, that you cannot require your firefighters and your police officers to know arithmetic. Arithmetic. But by all means, keep talking about what Netanyahu is up to, all right? You fucking losers. You little twink army. The twink army out there, go ahead and keep talking about like what Netanyahu is doing. Meanwhile, the adults in the room will combat the white erasure of our mores and norms. And then you have the cucks. You all are cucks. All the cuck conservative content creators, everyone is a cuck, and every conservative who repeats their arguments is being cuck-ish. You are an absolute cuck. You're turning over your wives and your daughters to people from other lands who hate you. You are as pathetic as a male on planet Earth can be. Own it, bitch. you'll come out and you'll say, well, no, this is just a basic norm that people, everyone on planet Earth, this is the commons. What happens? Nobody owns the commons. Nobody protects, defends, takes care of the commons. When you say it's not ours, nobody defends it, dipshit. Tragedy of the commons. So our norm of having standards, so white norm for having standards is under attack. That's mine. I'll fight the living shit out of you to get rid of those norms. But if it's not mine, then I'm just going to go, well, somebody going to step up and do something about this? You're out there as a consequence, all of you cucks out there, whoring out your wives and mothers and daughters. All of you cucks. You're out there hero hoping. Boy, I hope somebody comes along and fixes this, fixes the commons for us. Having said all this, we have cause for a little bit of hope at the moment. They are stealing the hell, it appears. You can look across the country and you can see, oh, I'm now working on Odyssey. Very good. You can see, there's hope, you see. Odyssey came up. You can see that we are, it appears, you're going to check it out for yourself. It appears that we are watching a theft of an election right in motion. Try to fathom how unpalatable, how vomitous it will be, how putrefying if on election night they say our new president, Kamala Harris. You won't be able to do anything. Won't be able to do a thing about it. Why? Because the social moral tapestry of America and the West is anti-whiteism. It's the anti-white, moral, immoral imperative. So there's no center of gravity. There's nobody to rally around. No more heroes to hope for. There'll be nothing you can do. You'll just have to take it. Like all the children that are getting raped, that they are normalizing now. And been normalizing for decades, generations, not just decades, generations. We got people writing recently about taking classes in like Greek history, where they teach, oh yeah, raping little boys, totally normal. You can't question it. What you really have to question is, why do we have this prohibition on it? Why is there this negative idea about just raping little boys? Where does that come from? Don't the little boys actually really enjoy it? I mean, this is the kind of conversations that take place. But Donald Trump, at the same time that this is going on, is pulling ahead everywhere. It's like a racehorse, the final stretch, and he's opening up link after link after link. And especially in the swing states. Poll Donald Trump leading Kamala Harris in 5 swing states, 3 points nationally. Former President Donald Trump is leading Vice President Kamala Harris. And don't forget about the Bradley effect. It's very real. We should probably call it the anti-white Bradley effect because of what it actually is. Where white people, when we're polled, we get the poll as a text, a phone call, we're asked in public, whatever it is, we are fearful of giving an opinion that isn't anti-white enough. And so there's a percentage of us who will lie and give an anti-white position. And then when we get to go vote, we give a different answer. It also tells you about what is the moral tapestry of the day. Like it tells you that the problem is a social morality problem. It's not a culture problem. It's not a politics problem. It's not an economy problem. It's not, we could go on and on. It's a social morality problem. I figured this out a long time ago. You're welcome. Social morality problem. If white people will say to a pollster, oh, no, I'm all for the anti-white candidate. Absolutely. And then they go and they vote the other direction. The only thing moving them in that moment, taking place in the social stage, the perceived social stage, what matters is that on that perceived social stage, they signaled anti-whiteism. You cannot move the needle with any of these other tools. That's why they've all been failing. You cannot move the needle back against what's being done to us until you address that, until people feel that they are morally empowered to push back against anti-whiteism on that level, socially, the social morality. Until they feel that way, everything else is window dressing. Everything else is superfluous, too superficial, not adult enough, not serious enough for conversation. And if I just explain it to you and you're still like, but I don't know, it's okay. People are born for different things. You were given different talents. Now is the time to stop giving your opinion. Now is the time for you to get into this machine and become an advocate for white well-being. Go free yourself. Two polls conducted in October found that Trump was leading Harris nationally and I was just on with Cotto. We'll mention it again a little bit later. It was a fantastic, I tweeted about it. Cotto tweeted about it. Just over an hour conversation I had with him. And I talked to him about a survey monkey poll from September. And another one was an organization called Galvanize. And they both showed that Trump is doing very well, especially among white males. We might see the same outcome in the 60 percentile of white males as we saw in 2016. We talked about that. White females lagging behind a little bit because, the sewing circle is not hearing enough pussyfooting. And if they don't hear enough pussyfooting, they get all nervous. They need their fainting couch. Which is why, another reason why we need military rule for a time. No more voting. There's certainly no more sewing circle voting. End of that. So here you have a poll from October. Trump was leading Harris nationally, 51%. Harris received 48%. And that Trump was leading Harris in swing states, such as Pennsylvania, Michigan, Georgia, Arizona, and Nevada. In a national poll, which surveyed almost 4,200 voters, Trump received 50.8% of support, while Harris received 48.1%. The swing state, and really imagine how anti-white a sizable part of this country is. Now, also, all these polling entities are functioning inside the anti-white narrative, functioning with the social morality that is anti-whiteism, which means that they are pushing or pulling in various ways to get anti-white outcomes. Anti-white outcomes are moral outcomes. They'll be celebrated for that. Their business model will receive more money for those outcomes. So keep that in mind too. So maybe it's more Trump, less Kamala than we're seeing from these polls. That's in addition to the Bradley effect. Nevertheless, think about how many anti-whites we have in this country. That as bad as everything is right now, total invasion, in my opinion, and the opinion of a lot of major media outlets using the word invasion, I like to call it anti-white intruders because we didn't invite them in. But you have this everywhere across the country, skyrocketing crime everywhere across there's going to be a portion of these people who are going to be oblivious. They're going to be just drinking the anti-white poison, and they're going to say, "Oh, I just don't believe any of it." But it's hard to find somebody who doesn't believe their own eyes. Those people are kind of rare. They can see the crime. They can hear the stories. If they weren't victimized, they can hear the victimization of those, hear about the victimization of those around them. They can see it in their local media. They can see the prices going through the roof. They can see their gas prices going up. They can hear endlessly about wars that America is embroiled in and the whispers of more wars and bigger wars, and to say, I still want that anti-whiteism. I want more of the same. Imagine those kind of people. You know, Donald Trump talking about gathering up a bunch of like the worst of the, no, gather up, number one, all of the intruders, gather all of them up. And then there's a portion of the American population that's got to go too. You don't get a right. There isn't a God-given right for you to cut my throat as I obey the law and am patriotic and love my country and love my Western civilization. You don't have a natural right from our Creator that you are endowed with by way of your mother spitting you out between her legs that gives you a right to cut my throat while I do those things. So you, and we'll throw your ass out too. The swing state poll found that in Arizona, out of 1,440 likely voters surveyed, Trump received 49, Harris received 48. So the polling here is showing a victory for Trump. In Georgia, out of 1,411 likely voter, Trump received 49, Harris 48. Michigan, same numbers, 49. In this case, Harris 46. Trump received 48% of support among 1,171 likely voters surveyed in Nevada. Harris received 48.1. So Trump received 48.4, Harris 48.1. Pennsylvania, Trump received 49.8, Harris 46.5. The swing state poll, Harris held a lead in North Carolina, received 49.5. Trump received 48.8. How could North Carolina, after what just happened with Helene, vote for more of this? How in the world? And we're going to be getting into a very interesting thing. People have drawn our attention to the fact that all of the devastated counties, and I'm just sharing with you what these people have shared, all of the devastated counties were Republican counties, making it a little bit harder to maybe prove your identity, and then they won't let you vote. If you walk in there, like if I walk in on election day and I say, I'm here to vote, I don't have an ID, they won't let my white ass vote. I have jokingly done that. I've shown up and I've said, I'm here to vote. And they say, okay, can I see your ID? And I say, no, don't have one. Just here to vote. That my name is this, I live here, and I'm going to vote. I'm sorry, we can't allow you to vote. Really? What if I come in and I'm like, Senor? What then? So these white people, everything washed away. Are they even going to be able to make it to the polls? Where are the polling stations? I assume some of them were washed away. Are they going to know where to go? are they going to have the desire to even vote? How frustrated and angry and miserable you're down to living in a tent without running water, without basic necessities. Maybe you're taking care of a family. Are you really going to have any strength left to find out where's the voting station? Where do I go to cast my vote? Where, by the way, where are our ID? Oh, all of our family albums and heirlooms and important paperwork was washed away? How am I going to vote? So they're saying it's fascinating that this hurricane makes its way up and pauses right over top these Republican counties, which also happen to have a number of minerals and other things in the mountains there that are in high demand. And we'll be getting into that in just a moment. So you have the only state, swing state, where Trump is behind is in that state. Actually, that's not true. It says here, Harris is also leading in Wisconsin, 48.9 to 48.2. So Trump is leading, and he's increasing the lead daily. And that's a positive. For us, nothing changes. If they steal the election and Harris is the president, nothing changes for us. We continue our church for white well-being. We continue using the Go Free dialogic in our lives and spreading it to as many people as we possibly can, because that's where the real change is. We'll be able to do that for now, because it would be still a step too far for anti-whites to say it's illegal to care about white people. They can say, as they did for the politician in the UK, the white woman, the white guy's wife, white wife, that it's illegal for you to say disparaging things about non-white people. But even in the UK, they can't yet say it's illegal to care about white well-being. Could you imagine if all of these fucking idiots had just listened to me decades ago? They're going to end up, if they're going to say anything about white people, they're going to end up having to say that, oh, I'm just thinking about my people. Because you're going to go to jail for everything else. You're going to end up where I was leading us decades ago. Swine. So they all pig. So all of their slanders of me, it just sounds the squealing of pigs. Wee! Wee! That's what they all are. If Trump wins, oh, and by the way, nothing changes for us after Trump or Kamala. We still keep doing the same thing for as long as we can do it without being jailed for caring about white people. And God have mercy on the anti-whites when they decide to make that ignorant step. Actually, have no mercy. Feed them to the loudest, biggest, metaphorical wood chipper there ever was. If Trump wins, we're going to be doing the same thing. The targeting is going to include, the loving is going to include, as Trump himself, his sons, advisors, as much as we can. We know that they are being populated and staffed already with a bunch of deep state, rhino Republican, Israel worshiping, and therefore anti-white losers. But we're still going to try to get through to have these people legitimize these concepts as quickly as possible. But beyond that, beyond what we can do, Donald Trump needs to weaponize the government. He needs to declare martial law. He needs military tribunals. And this is the time for it. It's not reckless speech. It's not misplaced speech. These are dire and unstable times for the United States. The country, the West, is ringed by adversaries, anti-white and otherwise. And the United States has never been weaker because of the social morality. We've never been in a more vulnerable state. We have never been closer to losing our freedoms, what's left of them, all of them. We have never been closer to losing our status on the world stage and therefore our security. We have never been closer to being pushed to, tricked into, forced into conflicts that are not our own, that will drain this country and therefore us of all of our riches, of all of our security, of all of our freedom and liberty. It has never been a riper time to weaponize the government, declare martial law, take control of this country, clean up the mess before it's too late. You're not going to be able to do this as a businessman. You're not going to be able to have Stephen Miller hop into the White House again and make a bunch of legal arguments, and as much as I like the guy, and recapture this country from the brink of oblivion, from the brink of torment and hellish torment, and much worse. Now is the time. There isn't going to be another time. We're going to take a look at some interesting things. The military controlling the weather. How are you all doing today? Lady Anglo is here. June is here. Cool Papa J Magic is here. It's good to see everybody. Anti-white ends with you. No, we can't call it, anti-whiteism ends with you is asking. We can't just call it immoral imperative because people don't abide by immorality. They abide by what they believe is socially moral. We throw in immoral because it's immoral for us. It's immoral to us. But when the woman is leaving the grocery store and some pollster walks up and says, do you support, she thinks she's being moral when she says the anti-white thing. She knows that the person asking the question and that the next woman coming out, they're all going to say that the anti-white thing is the moral thing. So that's why we phrase it that way. Good question. Max and Rob is here. Aaron is here. Aaron is here. Linda is here. Jay Bishop is here. Sam Muskie is here. The nameless one. Forgotten is here. Ivan the Horrible. We know the great four nullers, and there's Yiz the Unifier. Crystal is here. Hello and welcome. How are you all doing? I am doing gloriously. You know what I need, though? I need more coffee. This is almost criminal. In fact, it is criminal. If I were in charge, it would be against the law for my cup of coffee to run out of coffee. So I would order. What was that video that came out the other day? Was that, what country was that? Where, wasn't Poland, I don't think. Where, was it Hungary? Where the president was having tea or something with a visiting dignitary, and the tea staff was like 15 beautiful women, all with like these legs to heaven. That's what it would be like for my coffee every day. Azimuth Clark is here. Great to see you. Zach is here. Tom is here. Samuski says sarcastically, it almost looks like this is all intentional. Yeah. Corey, great to see you, brother. Moving on up. That's right. First Last has caught up. Moving on up. He's here with us. Timmy is here. Great to see you all. Remember, tag me as No White Guilt. Brand Danger. Dean Danger is here. Wonderful to see you, champion. Hyperborean Dream is here. Was Forgotten insulting yours truly? Was that what was going on earlier? I can't go back far enough. Tag me as No White Guilt. AOC is here. Georgina, hello. You're about to get railed by flat earthers. Oh, because is there the picture? Nah, that won't happen here. The Great Blue Flame is in the house. What about describing anti-whiteism as moralized immorality? We could call it that. Been doing so to people seem to comprehend. When I compare it as white well-being being the return of morality. Yes, I like that. Save Western civilization now, as you so is Spud. Corey says his pre-workout is kicking in. He has to lock himself in the basement like a werewolf until it wears off. I love it. He is a werewolf with no white guilt. All right. We're going to dip our toe. We're going to watch a little video. Dip our toe into the weather manipulation. And, of course, it's something that is semi-well-known. Hello to everybody that has shown up, by the way. Tag me as No White Guilt if you would like me to speak to your comments. It's something that was kind of well-known. Back in when I was a child, and I and my friends, since we were little boys to become warrior males, we were into everything military and very much into Vietnam in particular, and to a lesser degree, Korea, World War II, World War I, War for Southern Independence. But Time Life had a collection of books for the Vietnam series. And back then, we learned about seeding the clouds to make it rain on the Viet Cong, to drench them, mire them in the mud, in the quagmires of Vietnam. And it's been talked about quite a little bit. You're going to see it talked about right here. There are some claims, though, which is pretty normal, where they go a little bit beyond what people can see as absolutely taking place. So we got to be careful about that. There's actually a couple of lessons in here going various directions for us in this community, the Church of White Wellbeing. But first, we're going to take a quick look here. CIA director on the geopolitical risks of climate geoengineering.
Another example is the array of technologies, often referred to collectively as geoengineering, that potentially could help reverse the warming effects of global climate change. One that has gained my personal attention is stratospheric aerosol injection.
Okay, so this is referencing the kind of thing that's been going on for some time. They don't, obviously, governments don't like to talk about this very much because of the possibility of the population complaining about something that the people in government have determined is not bad for you. They've determined it's fine to drop all of this particulate on you, to seed it into clouds and of various types, and for it to rain down on you, your pets, our food, our homes, etc. And so they don't want the pushback. It's kind of like fluoride in the water. They don't want the pushback. And that's one reason, of course. But you can see here you are at the Council on Foreign Relations, and they're discussing making it rain and creating cloud cover to block out the sun for the purpose of geoengineering the world that they claim needs to be done because of anthropogenic global warming, which is disputable. Here we have a Bill Gates patent. Bill Gates' venture aims to spray dust into the atmosphere to block the sun. What could go wrong? This is Forbes. So, again, stuff that's been going on for a very long time. Microsoft's billionaire founder Bill Gates is financially backing the development of sun-dimming technology that would potentially reflect sunlight out of the Earth's atmosphere, triggering a global cooling effect. Stratospheric controlled perturbation experiment launched by Harvard University scientists aims to examine this solution by spraying non-toxic calcium carbonate dust into the atmosphere, a sun-reflecting aerosol that may offset the effects of global warming, which, of course, in my opinion, is not proved. Or let me rephrase. It's not proved that it's anthropogenic or that there is anything concerning about the perturbations of weather. Weather is not meant to be stable forever. You look throughout the world's history, it's always changing. It has, in fact, it's been quite bad at times. This has been a relatively peaceful piece of the history of weather on planet Earth. But I'm not going to debate the weather because our purpose is white well-being. And what we're seeing is that there is ample evidence that the government of the United States, as well as some other governments around the world, have the ability to manipulate the weather to various degrees. What we're able to know is not all that they're able to do. That's never the case. You need to just reflect on the reality that, what was it, the 60s, when the SR-71 Blackbird was being hauled from the place they built it to the place that they were going to test it. And back then, there were no home calculators there. Just think about what it was like, or the hand calculator. Just think about what it was like back in the early 60s or late 50s, whatever it was, how simple the automobiles were. You can look back and see the photos of how simple they were at that time. Gas pumps, how simple they were. And there's actually a story from one of the military personnel who knew what was in the box. It was all boxed up on the back of this gigantic truck that they shipped along. And one evening, they traveled at night, and there were two little boys in the evening, and they were out on their bicycles. Back in the day, the whole town is white, and they're on their little bicycle, and they got like their playing cards in the spokes, because nobody was there to tell them how that was Claudine Gay, because like we all did it, apparently. And they came up and they asked him. He said the closest he ever came to giving any truth away was they came up and they asked, "What's in the box, mister?" And he said to them, "A spaceship." And it was. So the government, by necessity, is always way, way ahead of what we're able to know. So there is some gray area, and maybe that is kind of a pun that works. There's some gray area about creating storms and what kind of storms and how strong storms, and can they do it Can they create a strong storm or a tornado in an environment that doesn't already lend itself to it? Or do they need an environment that lends itself to it before they can create such a thing, kind of like hurricane season? Is it possible to steer a devastating storm? Is it possible to do that with laser or other types of light frequency? Is it possible? Can they improve upon their ability to steer the storm by dropping a different type of particulate into the storm? We can't know. There's a lesson there for adults, for people who are standing up for white well-being, and that is that's as far as we go. We don't occupy ourselves for hours and days and months and years on end with bizarre claims and symbolism that the military or one general might have done with his hand, or a badge that he's wearing, or a medal that he earned, or you don't, because all of that is a waste of time. It's meant to occupy you with things so that you're not productive for our well-being. We can say to ourselves that we can look at the actual news. We can see what is logical and rational given the scientific advancement of where society is. We can speculate that it would be more advanced in the hands of the government. And then we prepare ourselves for the eventuality that in our efforts to achieve white well-being and the recapture of our destiny, we might have to deal with whatever on the horizon. And if nothing has been visible from the beginning of this gathering, it is that the anti-whites will do anything that they have the power to do. Publicly, I said for well over a decade, publicly, I would say the anti-whites will do everything anti-white that they can legally get away with and will escape the enough social condemnation that their efforts would be arrested as a consequence. So whatever legally they can do and socially they can get away with, they will do in their endeavor to victimize white people, to white erase us from our countries. And that has been the case everywhere you look. And that's why we have politicians in this country, like Donald Trump said earlier in this gathering, this was unprecedented. How many times have we heard, this is unprecedented? This is unprecedented. It's going to keep being unprecedented in their effort to victimize us. Widespread research into the efficacy of solar geoengineering has been stalled for years due to controversy. Opponents believe such science comes with unpredictable risks, including extreme shifts in weather patterns, not dissimilar to warming trends we are already witnessing. Environmentalists similarly fear that a dramatic shift in the mitigation strategy will be treated as a green light to continue emitting greenhouse gases, with little to no change in current consumption. Don't worry, they'll just continue destroying production in white countries. They'll continue here. They're just not going to destroy production in India and China and the non-white countries, which they rename as developing countries, and then because your head is up your ass, you repeat what they tell you to say. This project will take a small step in its early research this June. Near a town in Sweden, Swedish Space Corporation has agreed to help launch a balloon carrying scientific equipment. So others are saying things like, there's more to this, there's more to the patent. The patent allows for the not just the mitigation of the consequences of anthropogenic global warming, but the creation of storms and the steering of storms. I didn't look at the patent. You'll have to do that on your own. We have an article here, one last article from North Dakota, University of North Dakota. Then we'll get into a short clip. If there was ever a time, University of North Dakota, if there was ever a time that we have to reach people, that Donald Trump has to use military rule, it's now. You're going to, all along it was a joke, this idea that people would secede or people would break away, or they're going to just, because no country is going to allow that. They're just going to roll the tanks in. Now they even have it, even added to the verbiage, yeah, they can go ahead and kill you beforehand. If they had killed, if the military had come and killed you, they would have just added it after. And then they would have said, then your Republican senator and House member would have said, that's unprecedented. And that would have been the totality of the pushback against the murders of those people. But now they don't even need to roll the military, and potentially maybe they just decimate the area with hostile weather. Just another day at the cloud seeding over Saudi Arabia. Just another day at the office. The past October and November, members of the Department of Atmospheric Science at the Aerospace Science spent 6 weeks in Saudi Arabia for a research trip involving weather modification. The research project was done in collaboration with the National Center for Meteorology in Saudi Arabia. The goal was to observe the differences between seeded and non-seeded clouds to show the effects of the seeding agent used in weather modification. Our overall goal was to study developing convective clouds. Let's see. But we focused mostly on the microphysics within the clouds, the cloud droplets, shape and size, the concentration of droplets, and the state. So if back during Vietnam, it was like a dumb bomb way, they just dropped a bunch of bombs and they just hope to hit carpet bomb things. They hope to hit and kill what they want. With, in this case, the weather, referencing the weather. Now it's more getting to the point of laser guided bombs. They're getting into the microphysics of it. With another article too about I don't have it though, about Saudi Arabia, the Arab Emirates is what it was actually, I think. And they, as you remember earlier in the year, put a little too much of the particulate in the clouds and maybe in a little too different places, and who knows, and they flooded the city, the desert city. So wonder what it would do in a place that gets rain. Let's take a look at a little video from a fisherman for 30 years or something like that. We'll just watch a little bit of what he has to say because there are some more lessons there.
As our brand new attack on the United States and its people and its resources is being planned at the moment.
So this is, now mind you, this guy is on Rumble. He is he's probably a much better fisherman than he is at entertaining. He's very slow, it's boring, and yet he has 2,000 followers on Rumble. I don't even have a fraction of that, I don't think. Or do I have 2,000 as well? So this guy has 2,000 followers. How does he rope in so many people? Fear porn. If you find yourself being sucked into this, you have to recognize it for what it is. You notice it by things like they talk about they, and they never say who the they are. And somehow they are secretive, but the content creator knows everything about they.
This is from a Alabama news forecast yesterday, I believe, or something like that. First thing I want to do is take us back 6 days to Hurricane Helene.
Okay, so why this guy claims to be a 28-year deep sea fisherman, so looking at a lot of weather.
Absolutely man-made, in my opinion, as a commercial fisherman that has studied the weather and hurricanes his entire life of living in Florida. There's nothing I have ever seen like what they have created, mass flooding all the way to the north, that they continue to do at this moment. Hurricanes are usually clear on the outsides because it sucks in all weather systems, because it is a sucking type system. It doesn't really blow out.
Let me say, he's saying he believes it's man-made because he hasn't seen it before. That doesn't mean that it's man-made. That's a specious argument. I saw a video of cloud cover that was really remarkable. And the people all videotaping it, they were saying, my God, this is a consequence of manipulating the weather, some were saying, and some were saying, oh no, it's a consequence of anthropogenic global warming, and it's totally fake, and it's a result of us. And then in the comments, fortunately, there was someone who had some knowledge and said, no, this is this type of cloud. And I went and looked it up, and yes, it's a rare type of cloud. We've identified it a long time ago. So another lesson for us is that just because somebody, even if they seem professional or legitimate or they talk rationally, they make a claim, or they maybe they're a legitimate scientist or what have you, so-called legitimate, and they make a claim. That's just their claim until you go and compile a ton of more information to inform yourself. You might say, but Jason, I don't have the time for that. Then don't repeat it. Don't indulge it. Don't look at it. That's the reality. You have to have agency and do the legwork, because you just can't go out into the world, especially when you are the message of white well-being. You can't go out in the world and talk about white well-being and then say, well, they're just creating tornadoes and hurricanes, and then they just guide them this way. And how do you know? Well, I heard a guy that he said that he said he studies weather for the past 50 years, and he said he is a whatever scientist. Well, there are a couple of things there. He claimed that he's been studying weather for 50 years. Did you confirm? He claimed that he's a scientist of whatever type. Did you confirm? So you follow what I'm saying?
It's sucking in, but this had massive weather systems in front of the storm, which is not normal. Stand by for the truth from the most censored commercial fisherman show on the planet. They are censoring the truth like no one's ever seen. My voice itself is censored from the internet. Even sharing my material, it barely gets out. You would have to tap somebody on the shore and tell them, please watch this. Thank you for everybody for your support, your comments, and sharing our material. It's our material. Please share it in any way, fashion, shape, and form. Anybody on Rumble, please comment on Twitter and through where I believe these are ships. This is where the hurricane's going to form. They've already said it's going to hit Florida. The path did not deviate whatsoever. They can control these storms like we've never seen. They did not deviate the path. I've never seen that before. Each one of these, I believe, are these vessels. Stand by.
Now, these ships, I don't know if this is one of the ones or if something else is going on here. And that's another opportunity to say, I'm a man or woman of the West. I'm going to be the judge. I'm going to be evaluating. I'm going to get information from various sources. This does not look like the ships that I've seen creating clouds out of ocean water. And part of that, I think, is what Bill Gates is doing to reflect sunlight back out into the cosmos. This guy is saying that those ships are being used in abundance to create clouds and then another type of ship to stir it up and direct it. Now, I don't know. I'm not saying it's absolutely not real, or it's absolutely real, or I'm not saying that they absolutely can't do this. I don't know. What I do know is that governments can seed clouds and make it rain. And that's ever since I was a child, single digits. I've known that was possible to various degrees. What we, as I say, have to do is we have to say, if our victimizer, the anti-white, is ordering the people who do these things, the anti-white will use it against us. We have to plan the recapture of our destiny accordingly. Now, this is totally unrelated.
Don't worry if you can't hear what's...
This is from that British television show. I think it's Top Gear. And he went out there. NASA has this rocket, and they produce a giant cloud from the rocket's emission, which is a clean emission, and then it rains. You can't extrapolate from that and say they can do that everywhere. He says in this video, it's the loudest sound on earth. You would hear it happening.
Just a hurricane maker that got me removed. No strikes.
Okay, so he's saying he got removed from somewhere, some platform, because he said this thing here is a hurricane maker.
No Facebook jail.
Oh, from Facebook.
Facebook is one of the largest spy networks on the planet besides Twitter that was created by the CIA. No one owns Twitter. Nobody owns Facebook.
So you see the claims there. No one owns Twitter or Facebook.
CIA developed these platforms. Or helped, I must say, because they own Google. They own our internet. And I know exactly how they are.
So Janice is saying they keep saying it's bogus, but then if you Google San Diego cloud seeding, it pops up right away. Yeah, the cloud seeding, like what happens, what we can absolutely see is that if there are clouds, certain governments are able to fly aircraft over those clouds, or if there is a haze, if there is a haze to various degrees, whether we pick it up very much with our eyesight or not, they can make use of it. And they can go out and drop the particulate, and the particulate draws the moisture to it. That is what a cloud is. And then when it's enough of it, it begins dropping the moisture. When it gets too heavy to hold it, it begins dropping it. So other things come into the equation. Where are the speed of the clouds? Is the trajectory slowed and therefore can cause the rain to fall? A lot of things come into it. There's a lot of science there. So that's all real. There may be more real that we don't know yet.
They're censoring us. We are in trouble, people. And I risk my life even bringing you disinformation, just like Ted was murdered, FBI director murdered, presidents murdered, politicians murdered.
No, I don't think he said he developed. He was on Facebook.
I can only imagine how many news people has been removed. They must be truly
But good to see us, Slaughtz.
terrified. Or the smell of leather is so intoxicating that they'll never give up the truth. They surround themselves with these stuff. They worship Satan, my friends, and they get way more power and things from Satan than we could ever.
That's another thing you find practically ubiquitous in the conspiracy circles is this, the devil is behind these people. The devil is doing it. And this then is an appeal to this multiracial Christianity, the Oliver Anthony type of Christianity. It's like, it's us against the devil. It's the people against the devil. Alex Jones. It's the humans against the devil. So you can't win against the devil. The appeal then is to the deeds of Christianity and what pastors and priests will tell you that you have to do, which is just pray to God and beg him to fix it for you. That doesn't fix anything. I think in a lot of the cases, this was conspiracy theorists were a flywheel that maybe a group like the CIA got started. You know, they spun it up and then they just let it go. And now you have generation after generation. You make money off it. You get fans from it. This is, if you wanted to be a conspiracy theorist, it's a very simple formula to make yourself a living and get you praised and sought after as the source of the secret information that nobody can know. But you can see how difficult it is to the nuance here, how you have to kind of come in with like a glancing blow to these to conspiracy theorist conversations. Let me rephrase that. How you have to discuss things at a glance that conspiracy theorists take to a very deep level, because it's challenging, it's nuanced, because there is the impression to the average midwit that you are too superficially addressing the subject. And so that's why it's a challenge. So it's another lesson to us to have to think about, to keep in mind that the depth that I take the subject is the depth we have to be at for our planning and our activities and achieving our goals. Everything deeper than that is wasting your time, is literally a CIA op. They do this in other countries and they openly talk about it. So you know they're doing it to us. At the end of these conversations, it's like the same as the anti-Jews. At the end of these fear porn conversations, you're left with nothing but fear, knowledge of things that you don't know are true or not and can't do anything about. And there are no productive steps to remedy it. That is exactly what the CIA and national intelligence agencies do all the time to stifle resistance.
Dream of with God, but the afterlife is what we're after, eternal life.
Oh, there you have it too. The afterlife is what we're after. Not right now. Nobody. Right now is what we're after. God gave us life, not to pine for some distant time when we're dead. No, he gave us life to fight for it. That's why we have life. It is the right now. It is the right. No, it's not. Let me listen to that again. Listen to this garbage.
They surround themselves with these stuff. They worship Satan, my friends, and they get way more power and things from Satan than we could ever dream of with God. But the afterlife is what we're after.
They get way more power from Satan than we could ever dream of. So I was telling you a moment ago that you hear this argument and there's nothing you can do in response. They have Satan on their side. It's the exact same way as the anti-Jews. They're all powerful, the Jews. You can't do anything about it. Just bitch about it. Well, they have Satan. You can't do anything about it. You can just bitch about it. And then, but we're not worried about today. We're worried about the afterlife. Are you serious? It really, a midget wit can figure out how destructive that is.
Eternal life. And if Satan's real, God's real, then all of it's real.
All right.
We all better come to the right side of fate.
So a little bit of begging the question there. You got to prove that Satan is real. You can't say, if Satan, then.
Or spend eternity in flames.
Oh, yeah. So he's terrorizing you now with if you don't just worship and beg God to do it, then you're going to end up eternity in flames. Give me a break.
I am sad for what has happened, my friends, and the technology that has been created to fool us, control us, even our weather and the foods we eat. All I am doing is trying.
Cool Papa says Satan is real, though. Yeah, that can be absolutely the case. But the argument he just made is circular, and he would have to prove the argument to start with that. So he included part of the conclusion in the argument. You can't say if Satan is real, then God is real, and then the afterlife and living for the eternal life is real. No.
Trying to show y'all the door of truth. We all must walk through it.
He's showing you the door of truth, and we've got to walk
The
through
horrors
it.
out there is beyond any horror film we've seen so far on TV from these Hollywoods. Ah, mercy, have mercy. It's self-propelled, by the way, and I want to thank the warrior still standing by, which you see this device working, creating a hurricane. I've lost track there. Just trying to show people the truth. But here's the real purpose of this video. I'm going to show you this machine working. It actually hurts me to even make these videos, my friends.
It hurts me to make this video, my friends. I'm just doing the Lord's work. Can't you cut a guy a break?
I imagine hundreds of people died. Well, let's go hour by hour from the 23rd as they create the storm. Like I said, each one of these are ships. I'm going to show you the hurricane maker.
So you see what he's doing there? He's claiming that these dark spots are ships producing clouds. Do hurricanes need ships to produce clouds? Do hurricanes happen during hurricane season?
Start turning the atmosphere. All of a sudden, it comes out from underneath there working. You can see it clearly. Let's bump it ahead. You'll see how all this massive explosion of these forest fires is what I call them on the ocean, but these forest fires are super tankers. Super tanker, individual ships pumping this material out with laser devices on board.
So claims that aren't proven. You can't see ships here. He's just saying they're pumping out clouds and they've got lasers on board, and the lasers churn up the clouds.
Very unusual storm system. Now we're going to zoom in a little bit. You're going to see the hurricane maker come out from underneath.
They could unplug the country.
Commercials.
And then you have real casualties, mass casualties. And
this
mass
is odd.
chaos, like true chaos. Oh, yeah. People are not prepared for this. They haven't thought it through. Our leaders have not prepared them for it at all. It's like, oh, it's on your iPhone. You don't have an iPhone, and there's no electricity, and there's no water, and there's no way to get anywhere. And that could
spin in the atmosphere that has nothing to do with the regular storm system. It is the machine trying to spin this atmosphere. I'm going to bump it ahead. See, it's already spinning. Watch.
Spud's got it right. It deeply pains me. Now pay me. I cannot be swayed from anything I focus on. It has been the frustration of everyone in my entire life that has tried to control me or convince me of something. And my pursuit of white well-being, that's a true hero right there in Samuski. Let me see. Tag me as No White Guilt if you want to get my attention. Our government, as of 1990, has had 65 weather-altering programs, over 50 of which have been tested in the breadbasket, sparsely populated farmlands of California. This is what I know. So we've got to be aware. We've got to be, if the anti-whites are going to remain, and more importantly, the anti-white moral imperative, moralized immoral imperative, if that is still our social morality, they will inflict horrific weather on us wherever we resist. Yeah, I mean, more argument for not being in a place here or a place there. What I've always said, we need to be everywhere and nowhere.
To come out from underneath right there. See, it's showing it. They can see that machine under there. Here's the tropical thing. I'm going to remove the tropical so you can see it working. Take the tropical label out. We're just going to bump it ahead minute per minute. I'm going to zoom in on the machine even more. You can see it spinning already. This has nothing.
Machine. There is no machine to see. It's the developing storm I'm not saying, though, that there isn't the possibility of doing it. Seems a little far-fetched, honestly, to create a hurricane. It's probably, to me, it's probably more likely that they can help a hurricane, make a hurricane worse. Probably easier to make it worse than it is. But you have to also remember the scale of these things. It's Hollywood physics to think a plane goes up and it could just drop some particulate, and now you have this rain cloud that goes from one horizon to the other horizon to the other horizon to the other horizon. The scale is, and even in that case, you're only thinking in 2 dimensions. You're not thinking 3-dimensionally. The volume of air that is in that, the volume of space that is in that space is far beyond your comprehension. So it strikes me as it's possible, probably, or maybe just likely, that they could make a storm worse in various ways. Steer a storm? I know there are some claims about, can you imagine the amount? When you look up at an airplane, a big one, like the big Airbus A380 or the big Boeing, was it 737? You look up at the sky, that thing is a dot. It's a dot. So could you imagine it dropping dots? Seriously, come on, let's be serious here. So the biggest planes you can imagine are dots. And then they're dropping dots. So how many dots could the dot carry? So how many fleets and fleets and fleets and fleets of planes? What seems more likely, and what I recall reading about years ago, is that you can have a storm, or the potential for a storm, that you could push over the edge, that you could nudge into happening. And then once it starts going, then it's happening. But a dot carrying dots.
What they do with an Iowa storm, that is the machine itself that I just showed you working. And these machines come on board many, many different ships. Giant ones, huge ones. It is underneath the clouds spinning.
So the machines are underneath the clouds. Somehow he knows they're there.
That is the machine. And if I ain't mistaken, that looks like another one right there. Back it up a couple notches.
And he's not seeing an item, by the way. He's seeing something in the clouds that he's then saying is a result of the machine.
That looks like a separate machine also spinning the atmosphere. Could you imagine having multiple machines out here doing that kind of atmosphere?
Can't even imagine it.
Ionosphere. We've showed you many ways with these technologies how they can control the ionosphere. That looks like 2 spins side by side. How can there be multiple eyes in a hurricane? You wonder why they can spin it up so quickly? Super technologies. The other one disappeared underneath it, but I can still see the outside edge. This one is still continuing until they completely clouded over, and I'll no longer be able to see it. But see how none of these clouds are spinning? They're trying to get the atmosphere to spin. They got enough material now in the atmosphere. Look at the ships pumping it out. They got enough material.
Maybe, but I don't think so. Nevertheless, the manipulation of the weather is possible to various degrees. We can see it being done. We can see even in regular, ordinary, local news casts have talked about it. They brought scientists on. They've been talking about it. They're going to be seeding here. They're going to be seeding there. United Arab Emirates seeding and putting a little bit too much, and they accidentally causing, once the storm let loose, it really let loose. It dropped all the water out there in the desert city, the desert kingdom. Got real bad for them for a few days, I think a week or so, some serious flooding. We can see that. Would the anti-whites flood our cities and towns? Yeah. Would they identify, if they could, would they identify the cities and towns and zip codes that are the whitest? Well, they've already done that. They've already identified those cities and towns for the purpose explicitly stated. You can go, and we've covered it here, to move the intruders into those areas. So if they know where the whitest areas are, they've already shown that they are prone to identifying and then moving people in to diversify to white erase us, then will they use weather modification on those areas? Little recalcitrant? Maybe you'll like swimming around in about 6 feet of water in your hometown there. I don't know. Maybe they will. Means we've got to work a hell of a lot harder at what we're doing. That's how you figure out how to productively handle conspiracy talk. We'll be right back.
You preach of love, equality, and peace, while erasing my kin, you're a vile disease. Sanctimonious fools with lies and deceit. You speak of humanity but wish us obsolete. You brand us with guilt for your anti-white gold, but I see your scheme, your rotten soul exposed. I see you now, you snakes in the grass, cowards and leeches, your virtue won't last. With eyes of ice, I watch you squirm, envy laid bare, your fuel for the burn. Justice yet carve out our name, erase our history except where you defame. You whine for empathy while you conspire to snuff out our people, fan anti-white fire. But your masks are slipping, your guise is decrepit, your patheticness laid bare, trying to flee the credit. I see you now, you snakes in the grass, cowards and leeches, your virtue won't last. With eyes of ice, I watch you squirm, envy laid bare, your fuel for the burn. You want us to bow, to fade, to kneel, but we stand tall, your lies revealed. You preach your love but seethe with spite, anti-whites exposed, we recede your blight. Snakes in the grass, cowards and leeches, your virtue won't last. With eyes of ice, I watch you squirm, envy laid bare, your fuel for the burn. Your time is ending, your fraud laid bare. The storm is coming, feel the chill in the air. For every word you used to condemn, know this now, you'll learn the meaning again.
I want you to reach out in love. I want you to let those brothers and sisters around debates, let them know that even though the anti-whites wield so much power, that we are winning every contest with them, and that it's only a matter of time. Tell them that they can be more than they are. Tell them that they can stand up for Western kind, Western civilization, and everyone who lives in Western civilization of all immutable characteristics. Tell them that there's a way that they can stand up for it in love, with the moral high ground. Be gentle with them at first. Coming out of a story that you thought was the real world is one of the hardest things that folks can do. If you go there with a true spirit and a true heart, with humility, you're going to win more souls than you'll ever turn away. And in the end,
All of that will redound to the glory of our people and the reclamation of our destiny. You know what time it is, ladies and gentlemen. It is the swashbuckling successes that we are going to be celebrating. We are the community who have those successes. We begin with the great Franklinator. Let's get some raucous emojis, some salutes for Franklin. A salute to Brant as he leaves us tonight. A big salute for all the hard work that he does. God bless you, brother. And big salute to the Franklinator for everything he's done, getting these victories together, and the majority of them, the majority of the time, bringing them together to celebrate for his troll slaying. Let's give a big thank you to Brandt and Bernal for their troll slaying as well. Quadruple 07s for the heroes in the house. And also, of course, Franklinator being there week after week after week in the Donald Trump Jr. audience, making sure that he is empowered with the latest and greatest that we have to offer in the Go Free Dialogic that we have here in service to white well-being, so that old Pops can hear those things and then say them again as we got him to say the first time. Wonderful, great job. Also, to Franklinator, the time stamping. Big salutes to you, brother. That's some massive swashbuckling. People love the timestamps. It enables uncountable number of people, because it's counting off into the future, to be able to just identify what they want to hear, jump on in, and then there's no excuse for not hearing the message of white well-being. Big celebration there. I want to celebrate white well-being. The very beginning of our gathering tonight, that was an absolutely epic video that he created. God bless him. It was instant tears for me, how powerful that video was. I can't even put into words. If you missed it, you got to go back when we're done. Let's give a lot of love and shout out and salutes, quadruple 07s and crowns for white well-being. Those videos will live on, and they will inspire our brothers and sisters, other men and women of the West, to do great things in service to our people. God bless you for white well-being. Let's give a big thank you to Slaughtz and Anglo-Saxon NWG. Keep making this. They keep producing great music. We were just playing one of Slaughtz's magnificent pieces right there that you just listened to. Rockin' hard. Big salutes. 007s. Quadruple 07s. Crowns and gems and 96s for these guys. You got to love them. We also have Zach Phillips came to us during the week and announced that Anthony Cumia of the former Opie and Anthony show is now using the term anti-white. He said, may it be shouted for the world to hear. No white guilt is catching on. This is awesome. Yes. And Zach saying Anthony Cumia is now using the word the concept anti-white. Powerful. That is so epic. We love it. Well done. Thank you for that, Zach Phillips, for bringing that to our attention. We also have here, we want to thank, for white well-being. Also did some timestamps this past week as well. Epic swashbuckling there by the hero. Epic swash. God bless you. He's making these videos that are instant tears. They're so emotional and so inspirational. You got to just love it. They really fire you up. That's the thing about the music. Everything from the very beginning of the music being created in this community, and it even beginning with the great Fourneau, and he's been creating music all the way along. His concept album that he created for Prometheus Rising, totally epic, and all the other musicians, the ones that have come and gone and did great work, and all the way up to the present. These things are inspiring. We need to use them that way. They can be part of the Go Free lesson of the day. Let's go ahead and throw up on the screen the gloriousness of the swashbuckling one of Western kind. Give it up for one of Western kind. How many views did he get on this statement? Almost 40,000 views out of Garbage Humans audience. 40,000 people. And he wrote this. I'm living in a pristine, quote, I'm living in a pristine white paradise. How can we white erase and destroy this as swiftly as possible? Not only for myself, but my children as well, close quote. Subconscious thought process of an anti-white conditioned mind. Brilliantly written there. The dialectic, absolutely brilliant. These champions, folks, really know these people, celebrate them, pat them on the back, carry them on your shoulders. One of Western kind, and so many folks on Twitter, I can't even tell you, a slew of real heroes that I see on Twitter really knocking it out of the park. God bless them. And he was responding to this. I'm raising my kids in a town with fewer than 1,500 people. Cost of living is cheap, but we need to drive to find diversity. That's a real illness right there. Here we have one of Western kind again. How many views did he get on this? It's actually so... I don't know if I'll be able to read the total number of views. Oh, quote, stolen land is the anti-white narrative. Brilliantly written. How many people under I am yes, you are no, it looks like working on 200,000 views? Working on 200,000 views, hundreds of likes and retweets. Give some big salutes to one of Western kind. My God, that's some swashbuckling. Somebody broke out his wand. Well done. We also have, let's see, one of Western kind back again. This time under I Hypocrite. 32.4 thousand people under I Hypocrite sees one of Western kind's comment. Elves in 2001 equal awe-inspiring symbolic representation of the higher potential latent within white people. Elves 2024 equals white erasure and multiracialism. Quote, one race, the human race, anti-whiteism. Thousands of likes and retweets, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up for the swashbuckling volcanic success of one of Western kind this week. Well done, my brother. Here we have one of Western kind underneath of Raw Egg Nationalist. How many of his audience? Almost 13,000 members of Raw Egg Nationalist audience. Hundreds of likes and retweets. Saw this comment from one of Western kind. It's a social construct. If a social construct benefits white well-being, then it's worthwhile. Something being a social construct doesn't delegitimize it in itself. What a pathetic anti-white pretext from the anti-whites. That is an epic use of concept and the dialectic from one of Western. You know, the real champions, the real heroes, the real folks going free. You can see it in their minds and their thoughts and their constructions. Big love and support for one of Western kind. Here he is again under another from Raw Egg Nationalist. He got 20,000 people under Raw Egg Nationalist, thousands of likes and retweets to see this. He wrote, Poland's current anti-white government is gearing up to rapidly white erase the country. Says in the title, Poland prepares for mass immigration. Can you believe that? We said it would happen. I remember all the way back on a certain show, and they said, no, that's not going to happen. Jason said they're going to immigrate and white erase the country because they don't have go free. That's not true at all. He's so full of himself. Well, look, Are any of you all going to reach out? I doubt it. You're losers. Anglo-Saxon NWG here to get some salutes. 1.7 thousand likes. 54 replies under Benny Johnson. Anglo-Saxon, the champion swashbuckler, says, who else is sick of living under this anti-white regime? Little guy saying, me. And an American flag. Big salutes to the hero swashbuckler. Here he is again. Anglo-Saxon NWG under Officer Tatum. 532 likes of Officer Tatum's audience. He writes, who else is sick of the anti-white media? 532 people in Officer Tatum's audience said, me. Well done, my brother. Cool, Papa J Magic, the champion under Matt Walsh. He was rocking it out of the park this week as well. 158 likes. I totally support removing all anti-whiteism from school curriculum. 100% support. Brilliantly written. Right there where Matt isn't going to say it, you're a champion. Cool Papa J Magic. He won't be outdone. Here he is again. 178 likes under Misha Petrov video. 178 people from her audience gave this a like. He said, like racist white nationalist is just another one of their anti-white slurs, meaning not anti-white enough. And Misha Petrov's audience is on that 100%. God bless this hero. Well done. What a fighter. He comes back again under Timmy Pool, and he's rocking it out of the park twice under Timmy Pool. 320 likes from Timmy Pool's audience there. 171 likes from Timmy Pool's audience there. Anti-whiteism is central to virtually every major political issue we face in the West today. It's a little frustrating to watch the conservatives fighting all these different boogeymen without acknowledging that they all have the same roots. Absolutely. Brilliant dialectic right there. Cool, Papa J. It is frustrating. And having Timmy Pool's audience agree. He also writes, yet another perfect example of white erasure looks like in the real world. Nearly 200 more. You got replies, 14 and 4. Give it up. Big salutes as the audience takes a breath for the cool, the Papa, the J, the magic. And here is Hans the Skipper. Hans the Skipper is in the house with 10,000 views for his comment here under Garbage Human. 10,000, hundreds of likes and retweets. Big salutes for the hard swashbuckling work. This iconic image contradicted the anti-white narrative and single-handedly changed a hate hoax into a hush crime. Exactly. Brilliant dialectic, my swashbuckling brother. Yes, indeed. Brilliant dialectic. Well done. It absolutely did. We're going to be looking at this in just a moment, so get excited. It is No White Guilt Clips. You know what to do. Scream at the top of your lungs. Stomp your feet. Show him love. The great clips. The great No White Guilt clips. Almost 11,000 views. 100 likes and retweets. There's no such thing as multicultural. You can't coexist. And this is under I Am Yes. Brilliantly written by the No White Guilt Clips. God among men, and he's not done. He's under I Am Yes, You Are No again. Almost 12,000 people under I Am Yes, You Are No. And we got likes, we got retweets, and what is it that the Great Clips has dropped? America belongs to white people. Show him love, ladies and gentlemen. Show him 96s. There you have it. Is another glorious Sunday celebration of the swashbuckling excellence. Only a fraction of it, but we get as much as we can, ladies and gentlemen. And we're going to have another week that's as glorious. And we'll be right back. All right. Let me see who is. We're taking a look at these financial gifts. The first financial gift, though, we have to celebrate right away. Well, we'll celebrate. Let me just take a quick look. But get ready to celebrate. We have Daughter of Eve is over here on the live chat on Twitter. Hello to you, Daughter of Eve. Anti-whiteism will end with us. Amen to that. She said, we need more shovels. And so did Clean of White Noir. Great to see you both over there. We're going to take a look at these financial gifts. We're going to go around the ring and tag me as No White Guilt. I'll have a look at what you have to say. We have the Socio-political Mailbag. We have the Go Free Lesson of the Day. We have your comments, questions, concern, and some, let's see, some regular announcements. And I think that's all. So we're going to begin over here on, let's see. No, nothing to celebrate yet on entropy, but we do have some financial gifts. We will come back to that in a minute. Let me swing around while we celebrate the great Mrs. Jess Horst. Let's get some love for the great Mrs. Jess Horst. Promethean greetings, Promethean celebration. 20 white well-being dollars financially gifted from Mrs. Jess Horst, and she writes, hello and Promethean hails. Absolutely. Great to see you, dear sister. Big celebration as we refresh. Let's keep that celebration going for first, last. Oh my goodness. The hero has appeared again over here on Cash App. $100 to White Wellbeing. Flexing fist for the great first life. Thank you so much. And he wants us all to think about the New Earth calendar today with this $100 financial gift. God bless you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Genuinely, dear brother. All right, let me swivel back around and make sure we didn't have any others that crossed the threshold for the celebration. And then we will attend to all of your comments and financial gifts. Thank you all so very much. And we'll do this. All right. Over here on Entropy, we have 6 months clean of White Noir. Financially gifting $5. Thank you so much for that $5 financial gift, brother. He writes, dedicated to spreading curative contagions for prospects by Go Free advocates. Yes, very good. Thank you so much for that $5 financial gift. Yes, dedicated to spreading the curative contagions. That's exactly what we do. I deeply appreciate. That's how we change the world, and that's the engine of our success. Save Western civilization over here on Entropy. Financially gifts $15. Thank you so much to protecting the white babies, the beautiful white babies. Did you hear what is going on in Georgia? Only 75% of the ballots will be counted on election day, and the remaining won't be counted till the Friday after the election because they have to wait for overseas ballots is the claim. And then he has a link here. I did not hear about that, but I do recall from the previous election stolen, perhaps, that they had to hold things, especially in Georgia, when a pipe breaks and then the whole place has to be shut down. The claim the toilet overflowed or something, and then come back tomorrow in a couple days and we'll give you Biden as the winner. Thank you for that. I'll check that link out. 6 months clean of White Noir, back again. Another $5. Thank you so much for that. And with these $5, he says, Jason, liked your coverage of one swing state women with Kato. And number 2, the non-productive psyops. Okay. Okay. Thank you so much, brother. Appreciate it. Yeah, it's non-productive. They're non-productive psyops. You just get mired in that garbage and you can never crawl out. And yeah, it was a really interesting conversation we had with Joseph Cotto about the polling and the white women and who they're voting for and will they be voting in different swing states. So it's a very interesting conversation. Check it out. Some guy financially gifting $5 as well. Thank you so much for that, some guy. He says, it's like they got a script from somewhere. Quote, I'm banned everywhere. That's how you know I'm credible, close quote. Seems like a common topic on many channels. It is. It is. And thank you for actually mentioning that, because it's a mantra. And people who do things that get themselves banned, they always claim that, as you point out astutely, that being banned means they're legitimate. But it doesn't mean that whatsoever. It's like taking flack means you're over the target. It doesn't mean that whatsoever. For stupid people, it means taking flack means you're in front of their guns. Being banned means you're in front of their guns. Now, you can get banned without being willingly being in front of their guns. But what happens in most cases is that low-level anti-whites, the purple-haired, many-gendered people, are the ones who end up banning these folks. It doesn't come from on high. It's easy for them to see somebody who is playing the villain in the anti-white narrative. They know exactly what that looks like. They know exactly what that sounds like. And so it's easy for them to say, there's one, and so I'll delete it. So it's more correct to say that people who get banned everywhere are the least right, are the least legitimate. Because if you're getting banned everywhere you go, it's because you are personifying the villain in the anti-white narrative, which is a role designed to fail, to lose. So they are the least legitimate, the least likely to lead us to the recapture of our destiny, the least likely to end our victimization. But there are definitely different tiers. So as I said, every midget-witted anti-white with purple hair can look at all these people who get banned and say, they're gone. They look like the villain. They're the villain. They're gone. But it would take an astute anti-white to be able to identify something that doesn't willingly don the attire and fundamentally believe and is the villain in their story. Great point. Thank you for that. Some guy comes back with another $5 financial gift over here on Entropy. Thank you so much. Some guy writes, people need to do what they can where they are. Very well said. Precisely. Practice the Go Free method. Get married and make white babies. Get healthy. We can all do that. None of us can shut down the hurricane machine. I love that. Oh, that's so true. None of us can shut down the hurricane machine. Oh my God. Yeah, make fun of those people, please. That's beautiful. Well said. We have the smartest people in this community by far. By far. I have to tell you, I actually feel like I not just content, but I despise so many of these attention whores that are out in the world. And the internet has exacerbated this 100 million fold. Attention whores are everywhere. We will have, I promise you this, there will be there could be, let's hope there won't be, there could be widespread, serious looting, murdering, a breakdown of all law, and there will still be attention whores, male and female, white, male and female attention whores that'll be making content that's totally useless. They'll be raping somebody in the apartment next door or the house next door. The car will be jacked up out front, and they'll be taking the tires off it or stealing the car, and they'll still be making attention whore content. Guaranteed. You know it's true. You can immediately, as I said it, you're like, oh yeah. This is what our people, our race has been reduced to. It's disgusting. We need to have, could you imagine if we had some millionaires or a billionaire come along and say, we're going to fund this. And then some of the things that we would do is we would want to instantiate white well-being, the spirituality of Prometheus Rising with things. So maybe we would build a modern castle as our headquarters. Could you imagine? And we would have, you could have these displays with pomp and circumstance that would appeal to a baser and more spiritual part of our people and our existence, our personal existence. Could you imagine that? We could build monuments in areas across the West and to really concretize that this is a real thing. And the human animal needs that. That's why so often the less than genius IQ shows up and says, this is just words. It's not a thing. Because they can't compute what it is. So the power that we would wield, increasing power that we would wield, would be magnificent. But let me turn around over here and see if we have any financial gifts. Hello on Premium Rumble. Amen. We are in the jungle. Yes, indeed. And hello there on D Live. We got an ice cream cone from is it Fledgling? Is that what it is? Friendling. Thank you for the ice cream cone of cryptocurrency. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And over here we have 5 library tokens from Odyssey. Any other today? No, we didn't miss anybody. So 5 library tokens, and this is Who to Thunk It. And he writes with his library tokens, if we are presented with an anti-white saying, they have pronouns at work, should we risk firing? Should we risk firing or being fired, standing up for it, or standing up to it? I'm sorry. Is it not emasculating and sexual assault toward yourself if you give them that acknowledgement? Is it assault that you wrote? That's actually a good question. Unfortunately, I've not been confronted with some females saying, call me they or call me sir in the workplace. And it speaks to a broader, I guess, a broader answer and therefrom remedy. If you are in a workplace where this could happen or is likely to happen, or you've been put on the spot, I would say what's most important is for us to be every one of us, to be effective advocates for white well-being. That means that we need employment. We need a firm base for our existence. So employment, healthcare, ability to travel, safety. If you have children, safe place for your children, but safe place for yourself, wife and husband, whatever it is, safe place. You need that. So if you're in a workplace and you're suddenly put on the spot, I would probably say, or I would probably say what they wanted initially. It really, the circumstance, because I'm having a couple circumstances go through my head. Like if you're in sales, it's a customer. If you are in service and it's a colleague or a client, or so there are a lot of different possibilities. But coworker, whatever, I would probably give them what they wanted so they would go away and I could continue getting my paycheck, having my health insurance, paying for my living, my food, etc. Especially if it's like a one-off. If it is a customer and it's a one-off, I would not say it sincerely, but I also wouldn't lose that foundation over this anti-white piece of garbage. So I wouldn't, if they wanted, if it was like some guy saying, call me ma'am, I would say, okay, ma'am. You know, I wouldn't make it too over the top, but I'd be like, all right, ma'am. And maybe throw ma'am in more often than it would be warranted. But then you're saying what they are demanding. You couldn't be fired for that. You couldn't be dismissed for that. And you can continue being an effective advocate for white well-being. There's no, today, you know, unless you're being like physically, you have to act out against, we need to be smart. We need to be cunning. And that's how we'll survive. That's how we'll spread this message. So it's a great question. Now, if there are other circumstances, say you got a coworker and the coworker or colleague is an oddball out and doing this, and maybe there are others who are saying, I'm not going to do this. And maybe you can all go to HR or the manager and say, this is ridiculous. It's an affront to my norms, to my standards, to my mores, to my morals. It's an affront to me. And I'm not going to do it. And maybe you could have a number of you get together to say that you're not going to do it. And then they're going to look at that problem, that person as the problem. But it also depends. So there's a lot of measurements. Who is your employer? You know, if your employer is Facebook, well, the 5 of you would get fired for the one anti-white in a heartbeat. But if you work for some like hometown, I don't know, auto mechanic or dentist or whatever, and the owner is disinclined to anti-whiteism or to, I don't know, yield to anti-whites, even external pressure, then it'd be easier to say, I'm not going to do it. That's ridiculous. So a lot of gray area there. But the thing that's easy, the black and white thing that's easy, is that if we must lie your ass off to continue being an advocate for white well-being. Do not allow an anti-white. Don't say to yourself, I will stick my sword in the ground here and I will suffer and die. No, we need you for decades to be awesome. We need you for decades. So we are in conquered. All of our countries have been conquered by anti-whiteism. So we are in conquered territory. There isn't like a front line where the sides are meeting. Those are the things that are black and white. Okay. Let me swivel around here. Tag me as No White Guilt. What's going on this Sunday in October? What are you all seeing going on in the world? Is an entire city on fire right now? I'm just wondering, just asking. We have June is over here on Subscribe Star. Thank you so much, June. $5 financial gift from June. She says, thank you, sir, for this evening's Church of White Wellbeing. It is truly a spiritual time for me. My spirit is one with white well-being. I am very grateful for you and the immense work that you and the brothers and sisters here are doing. And we all thank you and feel the exact same way about you, June. God bless you. And thank you for that. It's always wonderful. You pop up. There you are. That's right. Yeah, give her some hearts and some 100% there in the floating emojis. That's great. Thank you very much, June. And, whoa, get out your Raucous emojis. Big Raucous emojis, because Promethean Healing has just swept onto the stage in a most swashbuckling fashion with a cape. He has thrown the cape and he's appeared out from underneath of it. $100 financial gift from the champion. Let's get some big Raucous emoji salutes for the Promethean, the healing champion, swashbuckler. And he says, I'm being a selfish individualist. This is tax deductible, right? That is a man who is a hero and has some humor to go along with it. Glorious to have you in service to White Will. It's wonderful to stand shoulder to shoulder with such champions. God bless you. Great to see you, brother. And keep the applause and Raucous emojis going for Corey, who is rocking it still. $50. $50, he says, protect them white babies, make lots of white babies and protect them, inoculate them against anti-whiteism, he says. $50 from Corey. We're running out of time. Stay motivated, everyone. Boy, that's chilling, isn't it? Well said, Corey, well said. We're running out of time. Stay motivated, everyone. Exactly. So very true. We are indeed running out of time. And we have to stay motivated. I tell you, what's really beautiful for us is things can get very rocky, and they will get very, very rocky. They may be rockier sooner than later, but for us, we can keep chugging along. We can keep scoring victory after victory after victory. And that's what is truly glorious. Thank you, Corey. Yes, the unifier is in for $5. Thank you so much, Yes. And she says, weekly folk tithe for white well-being. And make sure that you catch Yes tomorrow on her show at 6 p.m. She'll be live and I'll be there. Raucous emojis, Raucous emojis. $25. $25 from Stefan. Stefan, $25 financial gift. He says, shut down them anti-whites. Shut down the anti-whites. Don't worry about controlling the weather. $25 from Stefan. God bless you. Boom, big salutes. The champions are here. We're making a difference in the world. Let's take a look at the thaumatological mailbag, shall we? Well, well. I peered down into the thaumatological mailbag, and I reached in there, and I thought I felt something, and I did. And keep your Raucous emojis going. $20 financial gift. $20. And a wonderful little card here from Marilyn. Thank you so much. She just writes her name out there, Marilyn. Thank you so very much. $20. Big salutes. Thank you. 07 for the lady. Daughter of Eve throwing up fire in the live chat. on Twitter. We are across the world making a difference. Big salutes to everybody. Thank you all for celebrating in the live chat. I'm going to be keeping my eyes open across the different platforms. Tag me as No White Guilt with our remaining time. We're going to take a look at the Go Free lesson of the day in just a moment. First, the announcements. There are only two. Cotto, I was with Cotto once again. You can find it on my Twitter. You can find it on his Twitter. He's going to be tweeting it in the next few days, retweeting it. The interview is a little over an hour, and we just referenced it a moment ago and a couple times over the course of the gathering. It was a hell of a lot of fun. And so make sure you check that out. We're going to be doing, I think, more interviews in the future. He said he's very much interested in us gaining popularity because he can see the positive, the productive, the loving nature of what we're doing and how it benefits everybody who lives in the West by putting an end to the victimization of Western kind on our birth. So he's a real stand-up guy, and they're hard to come by these days, as you can tell. The other thing I want to let y'all know is that on Twitter, or not on Twitter, on YouTube, I do not necessarily get to see your comment. So know this, remember it, and share it. I keep discovering that I have to go to the video of one of my streams itself. I have to load that. Then I have to click sometimes back and forth on newest comments and highest rated comments. On my dashboard, where it's easiest to see the comments, there are fewer comments. Your comment might not appear. So it might be brilliant. I might want to celebrate you. I might want to make fun of you. It might be awful. I don't know. Whatever it is. So don't think that if I didn't give you, a heart or a thumbs up, or I didn't respond and it looked like it was warranted a response or could warrant a response, that I'm just ignoring you. That's clearly what the anti-whites want you to think. I mean, if I had to put myself in the shoes of the anti-whites, I speculate, might not be true, I'm not there, but I speculate that what they want to do is they want to drive people off from the community by making them feel ignored and undervalued, etc. So know this, and let others know this, that I don't necessarily get to see your comment on my own YouTube channel. So just again, this past week, I think it was like 15 or more comments. And there were only like 70 total, including my comments on it. There were like 15 or maybe even more that were not presented to me, that I had to go find. So please be aware of that. And I don't always have the time or the patience to stop everything I'm doing and then go about it this cumbersome way. And I would speculate that YouTube knows this. And that's why it's a little sneaky way to make people feel unvalued or undervalued and get them to leave the community. They can see we have the endurance. We have the ability to keep at this because we're doing it out of love. And when you're doing something out of love, you don't ever run out of endurance. You can get tired, but then you get your wind again. You never run out. When you're doing it out of hate, when you're just angry with a group, that runs out. That's why I say you do this out of love, and then events that make you angry, use that for the energy it gives in the moment. But that energy is short-lived. You'll always come back to whatever your baseline is. And if your baseline is love for our people, wanting to create a people out of our deracinated race, you're going to keep plowing ahead. You're going to keep succeeding. If your baseline is nothing, and so you just get fired up and then you go cuss online and everything, you fall right back down. Not only is it ineffective, but then you fall back down to doing nothing at all. The great Slaughtz is here. And he tagged me. Wait, Hyperborean Dream said, his comments on Zero Hedge, maybe consider advertising the Trump quote image there. Oh, Hyperborean Dream comments on Zero Hedge. And so I could potentially advertise the Trump quote image over there. Good idea. Let me write that down. Nice, thank you. Now's the time to tag me. Engage me in conversation. Promethean Healing is in the live chat. The champion is in the live chat. I don't know why I suddenly went into this character, but he is. I've used the lexicon with white and non-white coworkers, and they don't try to demonize me saying that I don't want my people or any other people to be harmed on the basis of our birth. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Me too. It's just amazing. You can imagine how over the years I found this way to advance our well-being that's moral and that shuts down objection, that makes people who object to me look immoral, has always served me in work, at sports, in school, beautifully, beautifully. And I'm like, we got to get everybody doing this. All I got to do is show them. How naive. How naive of me. I was wrong. But oh well. We're forging ahead. They're not interested. We're the church of white well-being, though. So ultimately, we will win. God is with us. I post almost daily on Zero Hedge. Says Hyperborean Dream from a little earlier. If you see the lexicon, it's most likely, is that me? Under a nom de plume. Oh, awesome. Give it up. Give it up for Hyperborean Dream. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get some swashbuckling. Let's get him some swashbuckling flags. They are mislabeled under pirate flag. Let's get this man some swashbuckling. Well done, hero. Hero of white well-being. Champion. Working under the nom de plume and scoring victories. God bless you. Red Dog is here with us too. Masumik, hello. How are you doing, sister? Cindy Ben is here. Hello. Winged Productions. Good to see you. All right. Looking for tags. Looking for tags in all the wrong places. I must have been yelling earlier. My throat is cooked. Go free lesson of the day. Continuing your journey going free. Friendships and accelerating your gains. And using our music. The all-seeing guy is here. Hello to you. Westman Positivity is here. Thank you all for celebrating. Big Samuski celebrating our inspirational leader, Bios, Spirit of the West, leader of the outreach team, a gentleman of no compare. Celebrate. Great, there he is right there. Speak of the devil and he shows... Speak of the swashbuckling man of the West. And he shows himself. Bio Spirit of the West. Slaughtz said he saw one of those coexist stickers and said to himself, coexist in hell? Yeah. So true. Westman Archetype is with us, and he says, they must have heard you are coming. I don't know what that was in reference a little earlier, what that was in reference to, but thank you for celebrating one of Western kind, says Samuski. I had the pleasure of being in an X space with him recently, and he is nothing short of inspiring. God bless that white well-being warrior. Oh, nice. Well done. Very pristine. Of Samuski. Big salutes to you both. The downfall of our society is here. And he or she writes, unite. I agree. For White Well-Being is in the house, the movie maker that inspires pulling the heartstrings. Great to see you. Slaughtz says, put your glasses on. You're scaring the ant gnats. Is something happening that I missed? Are the ant gnats frightened? All right, refreshing over here. Let's see. Some guy just financially gifted $3. Again, adding to his $10 to make it $13. $3. Thank you so much, some guy. Some guy writes, love burns on forever. Hate burns up and out. Well said. So true. So true. Yeah, I never feel that fatigue in the same way that the people who are always hating on blacks or hating on Jews, or I never get it because I'm thinking about white kids. Like if the heart is beating and the respiration is going, then I got energy. Then I can do something. Makes it easy. So continuing your journey, what is that? What are we referencing there in the practice of Go Free? Well, you've gone through the book. You've gone through the book. Now what? You've gone through this lovely book. Now what? Well, for one thing, read it again and again. It's a practice. You have got to write in it. Get out a notepad. There are exercises, and you get on a notepad, you write down. This was my favorite show, and just from memory, I can remember these mean pathogens in it. You've got to do this. You can't just read it and you're better. This is not about reading it. And a lot of people, like, for example, anti-Jews, what they look for out in the world and who they end up buying as far as like an author is somebody that they believe prosecutes the case better than they do. So what they're doing is they believe this content creator online or this author, content creator here, they prosecute the case against the people that they dislike or hate or want to use as a crutch, a fall guy, whatever it is. They prosecute that case better than I do. They've got more examples of their evil or what have you memorized, or they put more examples in than I know in the books that they have authored. And that's what they give their attention to, so that they can read through, they can see that Perry freaking Mason has come through for them and prosecuted the case against whoever it is in a way that is a slam dunk. It's over, except it's not over. You've done nothing. It's just you've made yourself feel better about the case, your case. And the world still burns, and the white children are still taught how evil they are. And the white little boys are taught how pathetic, inept, backward they are, unathletic, no rhythm, on and on. And the white little girls are taught that they need to take non-white spouses, and their people are evil, and that the only way that they can be good is to enter into a union with a non-white male and produce non-white children. That's still happening, even though your case got prosecuted really well in whoever's book or whoever's Wednesday or Tuesday or Thursday, whatever it is, show. And that's not enough. That's enough for selfish losers. It's not enough for men and women of the West. and it never would be. That's why you all are here. So this is a practice. You'll second read, a third read, maybe pinpoint reading sections you don't quite get very well, and you got to go over it. You'll discover much, much more in your lived experience. That's one of the amazing things about the Go Free practice, is that when you first go through, you're going to have quite a few epiphanic moments. And then when you go through again, or you go back, or you remember something from it, you see in society, the epiphanies continue. You'll keep realizing, oh my God. Exactly. And where you really see, that distinguishes from most other scenarios. But where you really see a difference is when you take the recommendations and you apply them to your thinking. You apply them to yourself. You apply them to your family. You try them out on a friend. You try them out on a coworker. You try them out on a fellow student or a teacher. And you see their face. You see how they receive the information. You see it's fundamentally different. It's not suddenly you find yourself in a different universe, like a different dimension, a different story. You're outside of the anti-white narrative. You have to now live this. So how do you move forward? How do you live this moving forward? Well, part of that, as I say, it's a practice. You got to keep going back to it. You want to come to these Sunday gatherings, the Church of White Wellbeing, because who knows? There's going to be a gathering one of these days when who knows what happens. And it's so glorious, it's so epic that I immediately pull the video off and nobody can see it in replay until maybe I decide many years in the future. So who knows? You got to keep learning. And you learn by being here. You learn by hearing me talk about the different subject matter from the lenses that we use. And there's so many people that can mention in the replay or in the live chat that they'll say they've had moments where they've gone through Go Free, they're doing the practice, then they hear that I'm going to talk about something and they draw a blank. Like, how would I approach that? I'm not quite sure yet. This is everything in life. That's how everything works. This is why there's long apprenticeships. This is why there's long periods of education before you get into the field. And then, even then, if you're smart, you have a mentor in the field, because the scenarios, the challenges are not always going to look exactly like the textbook. And so you've got to learn to get a feel. And then you hear how I address the thing. And then you realize, aha, yeah, that makes sense now. And then as you progress, I might be talking about one aspect of a thing, and you'll be able to think of 2, 3 aspects of a thing, 4 aspects of a thing that are all productive for us when we view it through our lenses, when we apply it to our environment. That's how you really know you're making progress. One of the other things you can do is fellowship. And that's what we're talking about right here on Sundays and Wednesdays. Fellowshipping with others, going free, will benefit you in a great many ways. The feeling of kinship with others going free will warm your heart in ways that you have never felt. Discussing going free with such people will improve and deepen your understanding of the process. Get yourself a Go Free friend. If you don't already have at least one Go Free friend, that's going to be somebody that you're going to talk to semi-regularly on whatever that basis, and the talking can take the form of texting back and forth, DMing back and forth, phone conversation. It could take the many different forms. But it gives you an opportunity to sit down with somebody and to hear what they have to say, which might be something from Go Free that you didn't realize, and for you to do the same thing for them. Also, that sort of communal energy of that going back and forth with at least one other person, but you can have multiple going free friends GFFs, enables there to be insight among both of you that otherwise would not have happened for either of you, at least then. So that quickens, that expedites the process of going free. And that first place that you're going free is in your own head. So that speaks to accelerating your gains. Another way to accelerate your gains, aside from, and that's one of the reasons why, by the way, you see these swashbuckling champions. They're talking to each other. They're seeing each other's insights on these different groups that we have, that they're in. And you could be a part of that. And they're benefiting from it. And then they go out. I mean, how do you think all of these different folks, you see them on Twitter, you see them on YouTube, how do you think they end up coming through there like Thor with a sledgehammer? And they just lay waste to not only everybody in the audience who opposes them, but even the content creators themselves they can humiliate. How do they form like the perfect dialectics, tossing in the concepts? Because they're doing it. They're actually doing the practice. They're becoming the hero of our story. That's what we need to do. Frequently sharing your experiences of going free will help you accelerate your gains. How many of you are doing that? Are you telling your Go Free friend about your successes? Are you telling strangers? Are you in a live chat and you're saying, hey, you know what? I don't know if you've ever heard of the Go Free practice, but I do it. And I just had this major success the other day. Talking about those successes has two benefits. It's going to benefit you because you are reflecting on why on that subject, and therefore will come to a better understanding of why it was a success. Like, we have all been in environments where we've used a tool. It could be a mental tool. It could be a physical tool. And when we were first using it, we saw that it could be used, how it was used, and that it arrived at a specific outcome. But we didn't really fundamentally understand how that tool got us from here to there, right? The more you talk about these things, you come to a better understanding of how the tools work. And when you come to a better understanding of how the tools work, you are equipped then, you are empowered then with the knowledge of using those tools and on the fly manipulating those tools for the victory of yourself and our people. That's the only way it can be had. The second benefit of doing that is that other people will read that. They'll want to know. So the best of them will read that you're having success with the Go Free practice, and they'll say, what is that? And then you can invite them. You can say things like the great Yiz the Unifier does, say to people who are pretty reluctant to pick up something new. And you could simply say, hey, this is how I do it. I learned it over here, and this is how I do it. And it's really a great success. I use that when I was much younger, I used that kind of verbiage a lot. I would go to the old timers and I would say, hey, this is what I do. It works really well. And then I would share. Tell others about the improvements you are seeing in your life as a result of going free. That's another big benefit, chief benefit of going free. We have all experienced improvement in our lives in various areas. We talk about it, improving ourselves physically, mentally, and spiritually, and it absolutely does. I've had too many testimonials to count. I've experienced it in myself. I've literally seen it in people. I've literally seen people make their lives better by employing the Go Free practice in their lives. You're no longer among the most powerful aspect, but you're no longer a reed in the wind, just getting pushed around. You now understand the wind and where it comes from and why those billows are being pressed. You're leaving that for our narrative. That puts you in charge and control to a much bigger degree in your life than you would have felt otherwise. Of course, on the deepest level, addressing these things, building the counter triggers in ourselves, our subconscious mind, which controls our lives, for the vast majority of the time, frees us from the fetters that anti-whites have placed on us from birth. Your parents were infected, your grandparents, your siblings. Of course, it was coming from the television, the movies, the entertainment, the educational systems, everywhere, placing the fetters on us. You can no longer remember them. So the more you address these things, the more your subconscious mind will combat itself, will combat those other memories that have taught you that you don't belong in the sky. You just are supposed to peck along the dirt of the earth with us. Tell people about your life prior to going free and contrast that with how far you've come. We just had a wonderful testimonial the other day about a guy who said he's so glad that he's no longer in the ant-nat circles. Life was miserable there. He was miserable. And he had been doxxed as a consequence of it. But he started going free, and now he got his degree, and he can work with everybody now, and it could still be a major benefit to white well-being. Share those stories of where you were, where it is warranted, where it will have value. Tell them about all the people in your life that you couldn't reach with other white sympathetic messages, and then tell them about how you used going free to bring these people to white positivity. As you improve your ability to voice your gains, your understanding and grasp of the process will grow. Your journey will help others to begin theirs. Regularly reviewing the Archetype Alignment Protocol, AAP, the Go Free practice. Depending on the prevalence of anti-whiteism in your life, the length of time you were exposed, and the severity of your infection, it is easy to backslide. It is easy to fall into the pitfalls of self-defeating perspectives and superstitions. To go free, you must regularly review the AAP, the Go Free practice, to ensure that you are engaging anti-whites and anti-white arguments with the proper perspectives and MCs. Now, where is the first place those arguments take place? In ourselves. Everybody overlooks those internal feelings, those internal arguments. They just look to an argument with an outsider and they think, I could just get away from it. You can't get away from you. You want to develop good technique, and this requires regular practice. It requires examining your interactions and deepening your subconscious alignment with the Go Free practice. We will continue to be imprisoned in anti-white environments for the foreseeable future, i.e. the anti-white narrative. The regime will continue to attack and infect us with MPs every single day. In response, you must make a daily commitment to go free. And then I underscore that with some redundancy every single day. The other thing that we were mentioning is, and this is not something, by the way, it's not something that takes over a person's life. It's about liberating your life. All of these interactions are undermining you. Think about your physical, mental, and spiritual illnesses. Think about those weaknesses that aren't necessarily your own. Think about those things that you are drawn to that are destructive. The practice liberates you. It's not a burden, it's a set of keys. So that's why you have to stick with it. It's not a one and done. And the best part about sticking with it is that as long as you stick with it, you continue to improve. And there'll be moments like in working out where you feel like maybe you've plateaued, but then all of a sudden, there's a huge breakthrough. And when that happens, and it happens for everybody who are going free, make sure you tell us. Make sure you tell someone. Make sure you tell the community. Make sure you tell others. Talk about these things. The other thing that is so powerful that this community has done that no other communities have done. You think you've got to go to like Big Con Inc. to get decent music, proud to be an American and that sort of thing. You've got to go to big money, Big Con Inc. to get some decent music. Every revolution exists on top of a soundtrack. They have done it. You look at anti-whiteism, and they continue to produce a soundtrack and several soundtracks to appeal to different tastes of anti-whites. This, if you will, maybe you call it the Black Revolution, anti-white revolution against the white race and all of our creation, America, etc., all fueled by various forms of music that appeals to Black people. How much music that appeals to Black people was just benign? It didn't have the performers didn't have any anger or any messaging about the white race and Black empowerment. And it doesn't happen. It just doesn't happen. This community has inspired legitimate artists to step up to the plate and produce really, really professional music. And over the years, like I said, Fornal was right there at the very beginning. We've had some really professional people come in, and we set a high bar, and the spirituality and the success of the Go Free stratagem inspired the biospirit in these folks, and they created fantastic works, and we play them all the time. And most recently, of course, using tools created by Western Kind to produce even more music at a faster rate and with a little bit of a wider variety as well. You can find music that will inspire you. And let me tell you, when you hear music coming from our creators, people in this community, and you hear, like you hear in these songs, the actual lexicon, the meme curatives actually being spoken in the music, it is invigorating in a way that General Robert E. Lee was trying to capture when he talked about war and how horrible it was, and how the whole of war is carried out on the shoulders of the band, because it just would not be able to be done. Every sort of generation that lives through war comes to understand that they need that soundtrack for the revolution. That's a big part of tapping into a part of our spirituality that requires just this sort of fundamental emotional motive, impetus, that if it doesn't receive this impetus, is like a sailboat with a limp sail. You can have a big, beautiful sailboat. All the people say it's the best looking sailboat, but if there is no wind, that sail is limp. You're just dead in the water. So where you can find some of the music that we share that really speaks to you, rock out to that stuff. Make that a soundtrack that you play pretty regularly to inspire you to do more and better, and to also give you the awareness that you're not alone, that there is a greater us at work, that there are a great many people in this community who don't want to be acknowledged. They want to just work away, some of them by themselves, for white well-being, seeding the concepts, seeding the dialectics, making friends with all different types, reaching out to law firms and all different types of things out there. They are at work too. And we all are putting our shoulder into it. And when the song is playing, the song is rocking, or whatever it is and working for you, you get a sense of that bigger us moving to that destiny of the recapture of our people, of our well-being, the ending of our victimization. That's what it means to continue going free once you've gotten through the workbook. I will take a look at what your thoughts are on that. What would you like to share? And I'll see if there are any more financial gifts. And then we will be wrapping up for this going free. Another beautiful, triumphant, glorious, wonderful going free. All right, I think we got everybody there. And nothing on D Live. And $20. Let's get out some Raucous emojis and some celebrations. $20 over on Odyssey. Big salutes. Just drop some crowns. Let's throw out some gems. Let's pave a yellow brick road for the $20. Who'd have thunk it? Over there on Odyssey. Thank God we got it up and running. And with those $20, he says merely this. Thank you. Well, thank you for that. I really appreciate it. Big thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. The Church of White Wellbeing. How many churches have a closet full of guns? Aliens Exist says, thank you for the show, Jason. You're most welcome. Thank you for being here. Thank you for participating in the live chat at Premium Rumble. All right. Let me turn back around to here. All right. Didn't miss anybody there. Didn't miss anybody there. That's the best part of the night, when we don't miss anybody. I was putting on the rotors. Not done with the job yet. I didn't have enough time to finish the job. But I was putting on the rotors over at my mother and father's house, and had the old man out there watching so that if I start screwing something up, he could speak up. But we're having a good time. We're chatting. And I don't know if you all had ever had this happen for you, but you can tell me if it has. But I was trying to break loose a bolt, and it was on there good. It was really on there good. And I've worked on our junk with my dad many, many times over the years. Many times over. I could tell you some stories, some crazy stories in the rain, in the snow, in the freezing cold, and the burning hot, with the mosquitoes coming up along the lamp, and the male mosquitoes, they're all flying around, and female mosquitoes sucking the blood out of you. And he would always just make jokes. The worse the weather was, the more he wanted to get out and work outside. That's real. But forever, right? Forever working. And I'm trying to get this bolt loose, and I can hear him like rummaging around. He's got toolboxes on toolboxes behind toolboxes, and he comes walking out with a couple of tools I've never seen. Like, how many tools does this guy have? And I mean, these things this is not like happy homeowner tools. This is like hardcore construction worker, redneck. Like, everything is like used, beat up, old, and from like an ancient, more Westman time. in history. You know what I mean? He comes out with this breaker bar that's like this long and like that thick. And there were some other tools. And I grabbed it. And I was like, this is for like a battleship. How did you have this all these years? He's like, oh, I've had that, you know. I'm like, where does this come from? Most people can't even carry the weight of this thing. And it really looks like it had been used on battleships. Anyhow. How about this? How about this? I'm just going to roll this acetylene torch out now. You're like, what? That's really what it means to be a white guy, an actual man. Nothing is pretty. Everything is real. Everything is not tore up. It's taken care of, but it's beat up from use. That's really what it means. Cool Papa J Magic said his father is a man's man too. Awesome. You know, just like ancient in age, but still just like, you know, coming over. How about that? Like, what am I going to like take the bolts off one of the cannons on a battleship? What is this for? There must be like a secret tool stash somewhere. I don't know. I'm almost done with the job, though. It looks great. We'll get there. Got a little bit of a burn. Not bad, but a little bit of a burn from the sun. It was cooking down. The blazing. It wasn't supposed to be super hot, but it got pretty hot. And of course, you know, you're really muscling. You're really like, you're really fighting. And so you get the sweat going, and the sun's just cooking. Happens. All right, what do we got here? Any tags for yours truly? We're going to be back, of course. We've got a couple opportunities. What do you all think? I got a couple opportunities to do like interviews with smaller accounts that I'm thinking about doing. I don't know. What do you all think? Just for the, why not? TJWK, Ireland is with us. Great to see you. One of our epic countries. Nick is here. He says, it's okay to be, no, it's beautiful, but to be white. But what you got to say is no white guilt. That is the statement that is atomic on anti-whites, because they need us and there's nothing they can say back. If they want to argue against you having no white guilt, they have to defend victimizing us. You want them in that position. You want them saying, this is why you should be hurt. This is why you should feel guilty. You want that. Samuski says, I always think I have a gap in my learning of Go Free method. That is why I appreciate Biospirit of the West, who is the best at advising. It is absolutely needed to link up. Amen to that. Giving an amen. Artificer is here. Great to see you. Artificers in Northern Virginia. Well, so am I. Reach out. So is the great Franklinator. Slaughtz saying to Corey, that's a great analogy. Practice one punch thousands of times, such as using anti-white in place of woke. Yes. Brilliantly stated. Absolutely. Yeah, don't jump in and try to come out as the full-blown white wizard and all the magical spells. Don't do that. One spell at a time. Learn how to use that anti-white. Then learn how to use the anti-whiteism. Learn how to use white erasure. Just do one spell at a time. Brilliant advice from a champion, and brilliant Slaughtz to point it out. Corey on that. RC, the realist, does great music as well. He does. He made a few albums with great music, and we play those as well. We have so much great music. We have to, like cycle through everything. Could you imagine? Nobody else has any. So true. First Lad says, yes, do those interviews. One of them is with a black guy, smaller account. He reached out, he asked, kind of a exuberant. He sounded like, I didn't get to listen to much of it, of one of his conversations, but we'll see. Alejandro is here. The term anti-white slays. I use it when I call talk radio. Oh, yes. You see, that's happening. We don't even know. And I hear more and more people using it. Also, the stickers I got up around town stay up much longer. Western kind awaken. Amen to that. Beautiful. Big salutes for that. Calling into the radio. Talk radio. That's awesome. Well done. That's some swashbuckling that deserves some quadruple 07s. Well done, brother. Anyone with 15,000 or more should be prioritized. Otherwise, it could hurt. Unless they're white negatives. Good point. That's some good advice. I'm not exactly a gearhead, but I'm kind of dying to know what you drive. That won you that race against the Harley Sports. The Harley Sportster was fast. But I did have 2 car lengths, and I was rolling sideways around the turn. I got into the left lane because he was in the right lane, and I wanted to give him the right lane so he wouldn't have to switch lanes or decelerate. And so I was already sliding in, and I was in motion and had 2 lengths on him. But I cannot say, because the anti-whites would love more than anything to know exactly what I drive. And I'm sure probably more than the anti-whites would be the ant-nats, because look at all that they've done to harm my reputation, to destroy my reputation, and to tell people where I live and where I work, what they believe is the case. Can't give that up. But it's fast. It's very fast. Not as fast as others, of course, but it's fast. And I know how to drive pretty well. So when I'm able to come sideways around the corner and the wheels are talking, the guy knew that he had a competitor there. There was a fun little wide open highway. Nobody around to get hurt. Nothing, not reckless in that sense. Spud says, I don't see any reason why not. If you have the time, that is, never know what you might bring over to White Wellbeing. Yeah, it's great. Thank you for that input. I will definitely consider. Jeep Girl is here. Hello and welcome. And she says, thank you for what you do. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Jay Bishop says, did you see the meme I made about Come Swallowa with Lisa Simpson? No. Is it on Twitter? I'll have to look for that. That's funny. Come Swallowa. Rick says, did you get ricked? I say woke really means anti-white. My coworkers hear this often. They call it getting ricked. Oh, that's funny. Archangel, If you drive the same car you did, I don't, regrettably. I wanted, as we are nearing the end here, I wanted to keep that machine forever and ever, but it was dying. There was some major work that needed to be done, just from age, not from treating it badly or accidents or anything like that. It was just, he says, but if it's that one, I know the car you drive. Nope, I'm afraid it's not that one. But this one shits and gets as well. Being a great driver kind of stinks because it's hard to be on the road with the general population who are terrible drivers, says Cool Papa. Oh, so true. Yeah. So very true. They are lousy. Especially since they just give driver's license away these days. I think I told you all when I asked the Hispanic guy about how to pass the test, the driving test, if you don't study the book. And he said, oh, it's easy. The people at his English as a second language told him that if you just keep clicking next, I thought that would give you an error. Like if you could not answer the question and you click next, you would get an error. And I don't know how many you can get, maybe like 2. And he said, no, they say that if you click next, you'll get a simpler question. And you just keep clicking next and you get simpler and simpler questions. And I thought, no, but I tried. I had a hard question about how many feet back from a bus do you have to stop when the bus has set out its sign and it's a 2-lane road. How many feet back? And I was like, I think it's whatever it was. I clicked next. I'm not kidding. The next one was something like, what is this sign? It was red, stop sign. It just didn't have the stop word on it. And then it said yield, stop, go. You know, I was like, you got to be kidding me. Neat little tricks they teach folks to rig our system. Yep, Spud, yep. She says, oh my God, exactly. That's how it is in Virginia. Might be different in other states, but that's how it is and was. Nevertheless, it's been a glorious gathering, a glorious Sunday gathering, as it always is, and we are charged up and we're ready to tackle the world with new verve and energy in our step. And we're going to come back on Wednesday. I'll see you all at Yiz if you head over to her channel tomorrow. She also has a show on Thursday at 6 p.m. and back on Wednesday otherwise. And if I am going to be on a Twitter space or a show with somebody, I will definitely tweet about it. I'll try to let everybody know so that we can show up and rock the world with our gloriousness as we always do. But we are nearing the election. We are nearing the end of this year. 2025 is coming up fast. We got to make the best of the rest of this year to propel us into 2025, which moving forward is going to be we're going to infuse increasing amounts of spirituality into the work to bring more of that spirit out of the biospirit forward in our conversation and gain new friends, new converts, probably a few new enemies, and reclaim the destiny of the white race. I love you all. Let's go free.